Harry's verse. What if Harry Potter was Kratos' reincarnation? If you enjoy this story, please like, comment, and subscribe to Harry's verse for more long-form Harry Potter crossovers and what-if scenarios. New chapters every week. Hit the bell to never miss an upload. Harry's verse, Chapter 1, The Boy in the Cupboard Pre-Dawn. Number 4, Privet Drive. The cupboard under the stairs. Harry opened his eyes. He was 4. He had been 4 for 2 months and 3 days. The dark of the cupboard was the same dark as a tent in Midgard, when the snow had pressed the canvas low and the boy had slept against his ribs for warmth. The boy was not here. The boy had never been here. The boy had been buried in a cairn of stones at the foot of a mountain that did not exist in this world, and the man who had buried him was inside this child's body, awake, remembering. He had been remembering for 2 months. The remembering was not gentle. It came in flashes that broke the soft architecture of a child's brain and left bruises behind the eyes. The first time, the boy in the cupboard had screamed. The second time, he had not. He learned. He had always been a fast learner. That had not changed. He sat up. The mattress was thin. The pipes above the cupboard hissed and clanked as the water heater woke. A man's voice came through the floor, heavy footsteps, a throat being cleared, the old morning ceremony of a fat husband stomping toward a kitchen. Vernon Dursley. The name fit the body. Harry had known the names of generals before he knew his own. Now he knew the name of the man who would beat him today, if he stepped wrong, and he understood that the body he wore could not yet kill the man without consequences he was not prepared to face. So he sat. He breathed. He counted. The Spartan count, the old training, in for 4, out for 4, the heart slowed to the drum of a long march. The cupboard smelled of dust and wood and the slow rot of a place where a child had been kept too long. He did not weep. He had wept already. He had wept on the mountain when the boy died. There was no weeping left in him for a cupboard. Open your eyes. The voice came from inside. His own voice, gravel rasped, the voice of the man he had been. He had thought it a memory at first. Now he knew it for a guide. The voice had walked him out of the first month of remembering without breaking the boy's body. The voice was not gentle. The voice did not need to be. Boy. He opened his eyes wider in the dark. He found the seam of the cupboard door, the line of weak gray light beneath it. He found the lock on the outside, the small dumb metal animal that kept him in. He had broken locks in his other life. Bronze locks the size of a man's chest. He could break this one with his thumb. He had tested it last week, in the small hours, when the house was asleep. He had laid his palm flat against the lock and pressed, and the metal had bent with the slow patience of clay. He had bent it back. He had not gone out. He had gone out, in the past, and gods had died for it. He would not go out for a man named Vernon. Not yet. The footsteps overhead became louder. A door slammed. Petunia's voice, sharp, nervous, the voice of a woman who had spent 30 years learning to live next to a thing she did not understand. She was speaking about marmalade. Marmalade. He filed the word away. He had a boy's vocabulary to build, and even idiot words went into the inventory. The footsteps stopped above his head. Boy. Vernon's voice, through the door. Get up. He got up. He did not answer. Spartans answered with motion. The cupboard door opened. The hall light was a blade. He squinted because 4-year-olds squinted. He did not flinch. He had not flinched in 3,000 years. He was not about to start. Vernon looked at him. Vernon's small eyes, deep in the meat of his face, narrowed. The man did not know what he was looking at. The man saw a thin boy with a too large head and a too large pair of green eyes, and the man assumed those eyes were dull because the man had taught himself the boy was dull. The man was wrong. Harry kept his eyes dull. The dull eyes were a tool. The man would not see what was inside them today. He would not see it tomorrow. If Harry was careful, the man would never see it. "Get the bacon turning," Vernon said. "Don't burn it this time." "Yes." He did not say sir. He had said sir once, in the first month. The taste of the word had been ash. He had tried other words, father, master, owner. None of them stayed. He settled on yes and no. They were Spartan words. They were enough. He walked to the kitchen. The linoleum was cold. His feet were bare because the boy did not own shoes that fit. Vernon went to the front door for the paper. Petunia stood at the stove. She turned when he came in and her thin face tightened the way it always tightened. He had thought, in the first weeks, that she hated him. He had revised. Petunia did not hate him. She was afraid of him. She had been afraid of him before he remembered. She had been afraid of him when she pulled him out of the basket on the doorstep 4 years ago. He did not know what she had seen, that morning, in the dawn light. He knew what she saw now. She saw a child with the wrong stillness in him. She had seen it all his short life and she had not known the word for it. The word was Spartan. He went to the stove. The bacon was already in the pan. He took the spatula. The spatula was a small thing in his small hand, but he turned the strips with the precision of a man who had once turned the bodies of his enemies face up in the dust to count them. Petunia watched him. He did not look at her. He did not need to. He could read her, the same way he could read the cold of the linoleum. He had a body that registered everything. The boy he had been would have called it a curse. The man he was called it the work. "You're doing it wrong," Petunia said. He did not stop. He turned the next strip. The grease moved in the pan with the slow rhythm of a tide. He did not look at her. "You're holding the spatula like a," she stopped. She did not finish. He did not ask what she had been about to say. He had a guess. A spear. A blade. A handle made of something heavier than tin. The boy held the spatula the way a hand learned, after 20 years of practice, to hold a weapon. He could not unlearn it. He could only soften it, slowly, in small kitchens, in mornings like this one, until the tool he held no longer betrayed the man. He softened his grip. The spatula moved. Petunia did not look at him again that morning. Vernon came back with the paper. Dudley thumped down the stairs and went straight for the bacon. Harry stepped back from the stove. Dudley took half the pan. Vernon took the other half. Petunia put a piece of toast on a plate and slid it across the counter. The toast was dry. The toast was for him. He took it. He went to the small table by the window, where he was permitted to eat if he ate quickly. He ate. The bread was old. He had eaten old bread for 30 years on a long campaign in his other life, and it had tasted better, because he had eaten it next to men he had bled with. There were no men here. There was only the family, and the family did not bleed for him. "Open your eyes." He opened them. He saw the kitchen. He saw the morning. He saw the boy named Dudley, who would be his cousin until the world ended, the soft pink mouth chewing bacon the boy had not earned. He saw the man named Vernon, who read the paper and did not look at his nephew. He saw the woman named Petunia, who looked at her nephew and could not stop. He saw the kitchen, and the kitchen was a battlefield. Every kitchen was a battlefield. He had learned that in the kitchens of the gods, where the wine had been poisoned and the bread had been salted with grief. Boy. He swallowed the toast. He put the plate in the sink. He went back to the cupboard. He closed the door behind him. The lock did not click. The lock did not need to. He sat in the dark and counted his breaths. 3 years passed. Time moves strangely when you have lived once already. The boy of 7 was thicker through the wrist than the boy of 4 had been. The boy of 7 was still small for his age. Petunia underfed him out of habit and out of fear, but the small body had become dense. He had taken the body to the back garden in the long summer afternoons when the Dursleys went out and he was shut in the house with the dog gate across the kitchen. The body did push-ups against the cupboard floor. The body did the slow knee bend the Spartans had taught him before he could read. The body did the breath count and the cold press, the practice of standing barefoot on the kitchen tiles in February until the cold became a thing he could choose to register or not. The body did not grow. The body became. He had broken the lock the day he turned 7. It was an accident. He had not intended to. The Dursleys had gone to a zoo for Dudley's birthday, not the zoo of the snake, not yet. The snake came 2 years later, and the cupboard had been latched from the outside. Petunia had latched it because Petunia latched it. He had been sitting in the dark for 2 hours. The light had moved across the seam under the door. He had been thinking about the boy. He had been thinking about the smell of pine smoke. He had been thinking about Faye's hand on his neck, the calluses on her palm, the cold of her ring against his skin. He had been thinking, and he had not been counting, and the rage had risen. The rage. The old wave. The Greek fire. He had drowned it once, on the mountain in Midgard, with a son's small hand in his. He drowned it now, mostly. He drowned it most days. But on the day of his 7th birthday, in the dark of the cupboard, with the smell of Petunia's furniture polish in his nose, the wave came up and his right hand closed around the lock through the crack of the door, and the lock, old, dumb, English, made of soft pot metal, collapsed inside his fingers like a snail's shell. He held the broken thing against his chest and did not move. Then he opened the door. The hall was empty. The house ticked. He stepped out. He walked down the hall to the kitchen. He took a roll of duct tape from the drawer where Vernon kept his tools. He went back to the cupboard. He sat down. He repaired the lock with 3 small strips of tape and a piece of bent wire from a coat hanger, and when he was done, the lock was not the lock it had been, but it would close, and Vernon would not look closely, because Vernon never looked closely at the cupboard. He shut the door. He sat in the dark. Do not be sorry. Be better. He did not say it aloud. He had not spoken aloud, to himself, in this life. Not yet. The voice was inside. The voice was him. The voice would always be him. He understood, sitting in the cupboard with the broken lock taped together in the dark, that the rage was not a tool he had set down. The rage was a tool he had carried forward. The work was not to put it down. The work was to choose, every morning, not to use it. He sat in the dark and chose. 2 more years. He was 9. He was small for 9, but the smallness was a costume. He had begun, in the slow summer mornings when the house was empty, to set the body to the harder tasks. He could carry the kitchen rubbish out one-handed and a full bag in each hand, when he wanted to. He did not want to often. He wanted to less than once a month. Vernon left out beer cans, and beer cans crushed in the hand were difficult to explain. He let Dudley do the rubbish. The week of his 9th birthday, Dudley lost a sock under the kitchen table. Dudley was 11. Dudley was as wide as he was tall. Dudley was on the floor on his stomach, his fat chin pressed to the linoleum, his arm flailing under the table for the sock. The sock was in the far corner, under the leg, behind the dust the floor had not seen a mop touch in months. Dudley could not reach it. Dudley had been trying for 10 minutes. Dudley was about to cry. Vernon was in the next room. Petunia was at the stove with her back turned. Harry was at the sink. He had been told to wash a single mug. He was washing the mug. Dudley said, "I can't get it." Petunia said, without turning, "Move the table, then." Dudley said, "I can't move the table." Petunia said, still without turning, "Then ask your father." Dudley said, not even thinking, "Boy. Move the table." He had been called boy by Dudley once or twice a year for as long as he could remember. The word landed differently each time. Today the word landed soft. Today the word touched something behind his ribs that the Dursleys could not reach. "Boy." He set the mug down on the drainer. He walked to the table. The table was solid oak, the cheap thick kind that English people bought because it was thick and because they could pretend it was old. The table weighed perhaps 30 kilos. 2 adults moved it with effort. One adult with a bad back did not move it at all. He bent at the knees. He set his small left hand under the lip of the table. He lifted. The table came up like a thing made of paper. He held it one-handed. The light from the kitchen window cut under the rising oak. Dudley, on his stomach, looked up. The sock lay there, bald and gray. Dudley did not reach for it. Dudley did not move. Dudley's pink mouth went round. Petunia turned from the stove. She made a sound. It was not a word. It was a small choked thing that came out of the back of her throat. The wooden spoon in her right hand stopped against the rim of the pan and stayed there. Harry did not look at her. He looked at Dudley. He spoke. "Take it." Dudley took the sock. He did not stand. He crawled out backwards from under the table. He did not blink. Harry lowered the table. The table came down soundless, the way a cup comes down on a table when a man has practiced the gesture all his life. The legs settled. The wood did not even sing. He went back to the sink. He picked up the mug. He finished washing it. The mug was clean. He put it on the drainer. Petunia had not moved. Her spoon was still against the pan. Her thin face had gone white the way milk goes white when it has been left out too long, the white that is also blue. She did not speak. She did not say his name. She did not call Vernon. Harry dried his hands on the tea towel. He looked at her. He let her see his eyes. Once. For one breath. She closed her own eyes. Her mouth moved. He read the word from the shape of her lips. The word was, "Please." He understood. He understood her, perhaps, for the very long time. She had known. She had known since the doorstep. Lily had been her sister, and Lily had told her things, perhaps, before the end, or the doorstep had been enough. The basket on the doorstep had been a thing too quiet for a baby. The basket on the doorstep had been a thing that had not cried. Petunia had reached into that basket and lifted a small body out, and the body had opened green eyes at her, and Petunia had known. She had spent 9 years trying not to know. He had been kind to her, today. He had let her see only an instant. He had let her keep the lie. He nodded. The smallest nod. The nod a general gives a quartermaster who has done the work expected of him. She turned back to the stove. Her hand was shaking. The pan rattled once on the burner. Then the pan stopped rattling. Petunia was disciplined too, in her way. She had married a man she did not love and lived a life she had not chosen, and that was a discipline of its own. He did not pity her. Pity was a Greek thing. He did not need it. "Boy. Open your eyes." He opened them. He saw the kitchen. He saw the morning. He saw the woman who had raised him, badly, who had fed him too little and clothed him in her son's hand-me-downs and locked him in the dark, but who had also, every morning, put his thin slice of toast on a plate and slid it across the counter. The plate was not love. The plate was not even kindness. The plate was the smallest possible acknowledgement that the boy in the cupboard was a person, and Petunia had given him that much, every morning, for 9 years. He had not forgotten. The Spartan remembered debts. He went out to the back garden. He stood under the apple tree. He did the breath count. He did the knee bend. He had a long day in front of him and a long year and a long childhood, and the work was the work, and the work would be the work for a long time yet. He was nearly 11 when the letter came. The letter came by owl, which was not a strange thing in the world he had been born into the second time, but it was a strange thing in number 4. The owl was a barn owl, large, white-faced, and it sat on the fence outside the front window for an hour before Vernon noticed and threw a shoe. The owl did not move. Petunia stood at the kitchen window with her hand against the glass. Harry watched her watch the owl. He did not need to ask what was coming. The letter came an hour later, dropped through the slot, and the slot snapped shut. Vernon picked up the letter. He read the front. The blood went out of his face the way blood goes out of a wound that has been opened wrong. He turned the letter over. He read the seal on the back. He looked at Petunia. Petunia looked at the floor. "No," Vernon said. Vernon walked to the cupboard. Vernon put the letter on the small shelf above the cupboard door, where Petunia kept her keys. Vernon turned and went to the kitchen. Vernon did not say anything to Harry. Vernon did not look at Harry. Vernon would do this the English way. Vernon would put the letter where the boy could see it but not reach it, and Vernon would assume the boy would not reach. Harry walked to the cupboard. He stood under the shelf. The shelf was high, but a chair was beside it. He did not need a chair. He reached up. His arm at nearly 11 was longer than it had been at 9. He took the letter down. He did not break the seal. He looked at the front. He read his name in green ink. The letter had been addressed to him in a hand that knew the cupboard. The cupboard. Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs. The school knew. The school had eyes. He filed the fact. Vernon came back into the hall. Vernon saw the letter in Harry's hand. Vernon's face did the dark blood thing. Vernon stepped forward. Vernon raised his hand. The hand came down. It was the first time Vernon had ever struck him. There had been threats. There had been the back of Vernon's hand against the back of Vernon's other hand, the slap that warned. There had been kicks toward the cupboard door when Harry had been too slow with the bacon. There had not been the strike. The strike was new. The letter had unwoven Vernon. The letter had told Vernon that the cupboard had failed. Harry's right hand came up. Harry's right hand caught Vernon's wrist. It was not fast. It was not slow. It was the speed of a thing that had to happen. Vernon's wrist was thick, the wrist of a man who had eaten well for 40 years, and the wrist stopped against Harry's small fingers as if the wrist had run into a stone. Harry held it. Harry did not crush. He could have crushed. He could have closed his hand and turned the bones inside Vernon's arm to gravel. He did not. He held. Vernon stared at him. Harry, very softly, no. Vernon tried to pull his wrist back. Vernon's wrist did not move. Vernon's face went gray. Harry let go. Vernon stepped back. Vernon took 2 steps. Vernon hit the wall. Vernon stayed against the wall. His hand cradled his wrist as if the wrist had been broken. The wrist was not broken. Harry knew exactly what a broken wrist did under his fingers. The wrist of Vernon Dursley was intact. Vernon would have a small bruise tomorrow. Vernon would have a much larger lesson. Petunia was in the kitchen doorway. She had not made the choked sound this time. She had simply stopped, the way a clock stops, with her eyes on the boy in the hall. Harry held the letter up. He looked at Vernon. He spoke once. "It is mine." He turned. He went up the stairs. He did not go to the cupboard. He went to the small bedroom on the landing, Dudley's second bedroom, where Dudley kept the broken toys, and he sat on the bed. He opened the letter. He read it. He read it again. He folded it. He put it in his pocket. He stood up. He went back down. Vernon had not moved. "I will need things," Harry said. "From a place called Diagon Alley. You will take me. Or someone else will. I am going." He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. The hall was very quiet. Petunia made a small sound that was almost a word. Vernon, against the wall, nodded. He nodded twice. He did not speak. Harry went back to the cupboard. He sat in the dark. He counted his breaths. The Dursleys did not come to the cupboard that night. In the morning, the second letter came. And the third. And the fourth. The owls thickened on the fence. Vernon shouted at the post box. Vernon nailed the slot shut. The owls came down the chimney. Harry sat in the cupboard with the original letter folded in his fist and waited. On the fifth day, the giant came. The giant came at midnight. Vernon had moved them, by then, to the rock in the sea. Vernon had bought a shotgun. The shotgun was on the floor by the door. The cottage stank of damp. Dudley was sleeping on the sagging couch, his thumb half in his mouth. Petunia had not slept in 3 days. Harry sat at the small fireplace. He had a piece of paper. He was drawing a circle on it with a pencil, slowly. He had been drawing the circle for an hour. The circle was perfect. He had not had paper in his life often enough to know it was unusual to draw a perfect circle. He drew. The clock on the mantel ticked toward midnight. The door came in. The door did not open. The door came in. Hinges, frame, a long chunk of the wall around it, the whole shape of a doorway came in across the cottage floor and fell at Vernon's feet. The man in the doorway was the size of a small horse. His coat was the color of old iron. His beard was a black bramble. His eyes, very small in the great face, were wet. He stepped over the door. He set it back into the frame, almost gently, with one hand. "Sorry 'bout that," the giant said. Vernon, holding the shotgun, said something Harry did not bother to listen to. The giant came across the room. Dudley scrambled off the couch and behind it. The giant did not look at Dudley. The giant did not look at Vernon. The giant looked at the boy at the fireplace. The giant stopped. Harry had stood up. He had stood up the way he always stood up, slow, the weight on the balls of the feet, the hands open and ready. He had not meant to. The body did it. The body had stood up against orcs and sirens and gods, and the body did not know how to stand up any other way. He could read, in the giant's face, the moment the giant noticed. The giant's small eyes flicked across Harry. The giant's mouth, hidden in the beard, moved. The giant looked at Harry's hands. The giant looked at the way Harry's feet were placed on the hearthstones, one slightly forward, one slightly back, the weight even. The giant looked into Harry's eyes. The giant blinked. "Harry," the giant said, and the giant's voice had gone small in the great chest. "Harry Potter." "Yes. I'm Hagrid. Rubeus Hagrid. Keeper o' keys and grounds at Hogwarts." "Yes." The giant put his hand inside his coat. He took out a battered tin. He took out a cake. He held the cake out to Harry. The cake said "Happy Birthday Harry" in pink icing. Harry took the cake. He looked at the cake. He had not had a cake. Not in this life. Not since the boy in the snow. The cake on the mountain had been a flatbread Fay had braided into a knot for Atrus's name day, and the smell of it had been pine resin and honey, and the boy had eaten his share with both hands. This cake was not that cake. This cake was supermarket sponge and pink fondant. Harry held it. He did not say thank you. He did not yet know how to say thank you in this life. He inclined his head, the smallest gesture, and Hagrid, watching him, made a sound in his throat that was very near a small laugh and very near a small cry. "11 years, Hagrid said. 11 years I've been waitin' to put that in your hand." Vernon stood up with the shotgun. The shotgun went up. Hagrid turned. Hagrid looked at the shotgun the way a man looks at a child waving a stick. Hagrid took the shotgun in one hand. Hagrid bent the barrel into a knot. Hagrid handed the gun back. "Don't," Hagrid said. Vernon sat down. Vernon did not stand again that night. Hagrid sat down by the fire. The chair complained under him. He looked at Harry across the hearth. He took out a pink umbrella. He pointed it at the fire. The fire roared up. The cottage was warm. "You'll know about magic, then," Hagrid said. He said it as a question and as an answer at once, the way a man does when he has rehearsed a speech for 10 years and the speech has become something he can no longer quite remember. "Your parents, they were a witch and a wizard. Best ones I ever knew. I was, well. I was the one who carried ya out of the rubble, that night. I was the one who put ya in the basket. I wasn't sure I'd done right, leavin' ya with," his small eyes moved, briefly, to Vernon. "They moved back. With this lot. But Dumbledore said. So I done. Yes. Ya don't say much, do ya?" "No." The giant looked at him a long moment. The giant's wet eyes moved, slow, across the boy's face. The giant looked at Harry's hands again. The giant looked, longest, at Harry's eyes. "Your mother had eyes like that," Hagrid said, very quietly. "But she didn't have, I dunno what to call it, Harry. There's somethin' in ya tonight. There's somethin' in ya that." He did not finish. He cleared his throat. He sniffed. "Doesn't matter. You're 11. You're 11, and you're comin' to Hogwarts. That's what matters." "Yes." He ate the cake. The icing was too sweet. He ate it anyway. Hagrid watched him eat. Hagrid did not blink. The Dursleys did not move. The wind outside the cottage put its hand on the boards. "Open your eyes." He did. He saw the giant. He saw the cake. He saw the future, which was a school of children, a school of children with sticks, a school of children with sticks and small bodies and small fates. He saw himself in that school. He saw what he could do to that school if he wished. He saw, also, what he must not do. He had been the man who walked into the courts of the gods and killed them all, and the killing had not given him back the boy. He would not be that man here. He would be the other man. The man in the snow. The man who said boy and meant it differently. He set the rest of the cake down. He looked at Hagrid. "When do we go?" They went at dawn. They went to a place called Diagon Alley. The alley was a wound of color in the grey morning of London. Harry walked behind Hagrid. He kept his hands open at his sides. He kept his weight on the balls of his feet. The crowd parted for the giant. Harry walked in the wake. He saw the apothecary, the cauldron shop, the broom shop. He saw a quill cellar. He saw a shop of robes. He saw, at the far end of the alley, a white building with crooked columns. The building was not English. The building was older. He did not need to read the sign. "Bank," Hagrid said. "Yes." The goblins watched him as he came in. The goblins did not bow. The goblins were small and sharp and they did not bow to children. One of them, behind the second counter, looked up from his ledger as Harry passed. The goblin's eyes went very still. The goblin's pen stopped on the page. The goblin watched Harry the entire length of the lobby. He had read that look before. He had read it on Mimir's face, on the first night, when Mimir had looked across the fire and known what kind of man was sitting next to his head. He nodded to the goblin. The goblin did not nod back. The goblin's pen, very slowly, returned to the page. The cart ride into the vaults was a child's amusement. Hagrid clutched the rail and turned the color of old chalk. Harry watched the rock walls go past. The vault doors were old work, dwarvish in their joinery, the kind of doors a man with a long memory recognized. The goblin who escorted them slid a key into the lock of the Potter vault and drew the bolts. Inside, gold sat in piles like grain in a harvest barn. Hagrid said something about taking enough for a school year. Harry stepped into the vault. He took what he would need. He did not take more. The Spartan did not hoard. He counted what he had, and what he had was sufficient, and sufficient was the discipline. There was a second stop on the trip down. A small vault, deep, the goblin grim about the mouth as he opened it. Hagrid took a small parcel from the empty room and put it inside his coat. Harry watched the parcel disappear. He did not ask. He had a guess. The parcel was small and the small vault was deeper than the gold vault, and very deep small things in very deep small rooms tended to be the same kind of thing in any world. He filed it. Back above ground, the alley was still loud. Hagrid bought him an owl, snowy white, who watched Harry from the cage with eyes the color of yellow lamplight. The owl knew. The owl had known when the cage door opened. Owls were old animals in this world. He inclined his head to the bird. The bird inclined hers in return. "She'll need a name," Hagrid said. "She has one," Harry said. Hagrid did not ask. Hagrid did not press. Hagrid was a man who, having raised dragons, had learned not to hurry the naming of things. The wand shop was the last stop. The shop was narrow. The shop smelled of dust and varnish and a thing under the dust he could not name. The shopkeeper was an old man with eyes the color of water. The old man was already on the ladder when Harry came in. He climbed down without hurry. He set both hands on the counter. He looked at Harry. He looked a long time. "Ah," Ollivander said. "Mr. Potter. I have been expecting you." "Yes. I remember every wand I have ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every wand. Your mother, willow, 10¼ inches, swishy. Nice for charms. Your father, mahogany, 11 inches. Pliable. A little more power. Excellent for transfiguration. Though, of course, the wand chooses the wizard." "Yes." Ollivander reached for a box. He paused. He did not take the box. He took a different box. He opened it. He took out a wand. He held the wand out. "Try this. Beechwood. Dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Quite bendy." Harry took the wand. He held it. He set it back on the counter. "No." Ollivander's eyes moved. He took a different box. "Maple. Phoenix feather. 7 inches. Whippy." Harry took the wand. He held it. He set it back. "No." Ollivander's eyes moved again. He took a third box. He opened it. He stopped. He looked into the box a long moment. Then he closed it. He set it aside. He went to the back of the shop. He climbed his ladder. He came down with 2 boxes. He opened the first. He took out a wand. The wand was dark and slim. He held it out to Harry. "Holly. Phoenix feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple. Try." Harry took the wand. The wand was warm in his hand. The wand sang once, low, like a bowstring drawn and let go, and he saw, in the corner of his eye, the dust of the shop turn briefly gold. The wand wanted him. He did not want it. He wanted what it could do. The two were not the same. The man who had carried the blades of chaos had learned the difference. He put the wand on the counter, gently. Yes, Harry said. This one. Ollivander did not pick it up. Ollivander stared at the wand on the counter. Ollivander stared at Harry. Curious, Ollivander said. Yes. It is curious because the phoenix who gave the feather for that wand, gave only one other. And that other wand, Mr. Potter, gave you the scar on your forehead. Harry did not touch the scar. He did not need to. He had touched it enough. I see, Harry said. Ollivander turned to the second box. He had not yet opened it. He set his hand on the lid. He did not open it. He looked at Harry. You have held weapons before, Mr. Potter. It was not a question. Yes. Where? He had not been asked the question in this life. He had been asked it in the other. He had answered it in the other. The answer he had given then was not the answer he could give in a wand shop on a Tuesday in 1991. He gave a different answer. He gave the truest small answer he had. Far north, Harry said. In the snow. Ollivander's water eyes did not move. The old man stood very still. The old man's hand stayed on the box lid. I see, Ollivander said. He took his hand off the lid. He did not open the second box. You are not ready for the contents of this box, Mr. Potter. The wand inside it has been waiting, in this shop, since before my grandfather was born. It is not a wand for a child. It is a wand for a man who has set down a heavier weapon and chosen to pick up a lighter one. Yes. When you are ready, Mr. Potter, you will come back. I will. Ollivander pushed the holly wand across the counter. Hagrid paid. Harry put the wand in his sleeve. He inclined his head, the smallest gesture, the second time he had used it that week, and Ollivander, watching him, returned the same nod, and the old man's water eyes were wet. Outside, the alley was loud. Harry stood on the step. He looked up at the strip of grey sky between the leaning rooflines. Boy. He opened his eyes. He went down the step. He followed Hagrid back into the world. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, The Train and the Sorting King's Cross, the 1st of September. Vernon dropped him at the curb without speaking and drove away. Harry stood on the pavement with his trunk and his owl and watched the car disappear into the slow morning traffic. He did not wave. Petunia, in the passenger seat, had not turned her face to the window. He understood why. She had been afraid of him for nearly 11 years and afraid of herself for 10. She would not look at him today. She would tell herself, on the drive home, that she had finally been rid of him. The lie would last her the morning. The lie would not last the year. He carried the trunk into the station. The trunk was heavy by ordinary measures. He carried it as a man carries a child's knapsack. He took care to grip the handle in two hands, to lean the weight a little to one side, to walk with the small stagger of a boy who was being asked to do something difficult. The Spartan acted, and the actor was a small boy, and the small boy was the costume the act required. Hedwig watched him from the cage on the trolley and said nothing. Hedwig knew her work. She had been an owl long enough to know hers. Platform 9. Platform 10. He walked the length of the long stone wall between them. He set his hand against the wall, briefly, where the air on the back of the hand smelled different, warmer, with the faint resinous undernote of pine and old smoke. He stepped through. Platform 9 3/4 opened around him like the lid of an iron box. A scarlet steam engine sat with its breath misting against the rafters. Children. Trunks. Cats. Owls. Parents in robes embracing their children with the thin desperate fondness of parents who knew their work for the year was finished. Harry did not stop walking. Stopping made a target. He found an empty compartment near the back of the third carriage and lifted his trunk into the rack with one hand because no one was looking, and put Hedwig's cage on the seat beside him, and sat by the window. The train pulled out at 11. England slid past, terraces, then suburbs, then the green gradient of August into September. He watched it. He had watched landscapes go past in his other life, from the deck of a ship that smelled of pitch and old men's sweat, from a cart that creaked over the road through Phocis, from the back of a wolf in a country that did not exist on any map of this world. England was small. England was kind. England was a place he could learn to live in, if he was patient, and he was nothing if not patient now. The compartment door slid open. A boy stood in the doorway. Red hair. A nose that had been broken once and reset crooked. A shirt with food on it, last week's, washed but not erased. Robes too short in the sleeves. His face was the open hopeful face of a boy who had been waiting for school and a friend and a meal at the same time. Anyone sitting there? Everywhere else is full. Harry looked at him. He looked at the empty seat across. He nodded once. The boy came in. He hauled his trunk with a grunt, he was not strong yet, the body was still loose around the bones, and shoved it under the seat. He fell into the cushion across from Harry and stuck out a hand. Ron Weasley. Harry took the hand. The Spartan shake, the forearm, not the palm, would have crushed the bones in the boy's wrist. He took the palm instead. He shook it once, lightly, with the pressure a friend used. Practice. The body was practicing. He had decided on the platform that the body would practice softness today. The hand of a friend was a different tool than the hand of an enemy and had to be held differently. Harry Potter. Ron's face did the thing faces did in this world when they read the name. The blue eyes flicked to Harry's hairline. They flicked back. The mouth opened, closed, opened. Bloody hell. Are you really? Like, the Harry Potter? With the, he pointed at his own forehead. Yes. Can I? Yes. Harry pushed his fringe up. The scar was the scar. A small jagged line at the temple, the lightning shape, white against the brown. Ron looked at it with the simple wonder of a boy looking at the moon. The scar had not always been a scar. The scar in this life had been put there by a curse, and the curse had been a small one compared to the marks on his other body, but in this life the scar was a fact, and Ron's wonder was simple, and Harry let him have it. Bloody hell. Yes. He let the fringe fall. Ron sat back. Ron stared. Ron's mouth was still open. Ron remembered to close it. Ron looked out the window. Ron looked back. Ron was deciding what to ask next and discarding each option in turn. Harry watched him. He liked the boy already, in a small way, the way a man liked a young dog. The boy was honest. The boy had no architecture in him yet. The boy was a wall waiting to be built. You're not how I thought you'd be, Ron said. No. I mean, the books, what books? Ron stared. You haven't read about yourself? No. Bloody hell. A long pause. The train clattered through a tunnel. The compartment darkened. The compartment lit again. Ron, in the new light, looked at Harry in the way the goblin had looked at him in the bank lobby, not with awe, this time, but with the slow honest puzzlement of a boy realizing the story he had been told for years did not match the body in front of him. He shook the puzzlement off the way a dog shook off water. He decided to like Harry anyway. Harry watched him decide. I've got 5 brothers, Ron said. All of them came here. So well. I'll be a Weasley. Probably Gryffindor. Probably broke, no wand of my own, this one was Charlie's, he took out a chipped wand. He held it up. A spider's leg fell out of the tip onto the seat. Ron blushed. He kicked the spider's leg under the bench. It's fine, Harry said. I dunno if it works. It will work for what it has to do. Ron looked at him strangely. He had said it as a Spartan said anything, with the certainty of a man who had been told too many times that the spear in his hand was not enough and had learned, the next morning, that it was. The boy's wand was fine. The boy's wand would do what was required of it. The boy himself was the question. The wand would answer the boy. Ron blinked. Right, he said. Right, yeah. The compartment door slid open again. A girl. Bushy brown hair, a great deal of it, the kind of hair that did not lie down for anyone. Robes already on. Wand already out. Front teeth a little too long for her face. The face of a girl who had read too much in too little time and was now, on the train, racing to apply it. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. Harry looked at her. He had not expected this. He had braced for it. He had known it would happen. Hagrid in the wand shop had spoken of school friends, Ollivander had not. Hedwig in the rafters of the train had not. Harry had told himself he would meet the girl who would be his Atrus and he would not call her Atrus, not aloud, not the first time, not for years. He had a lot of practice at not saying things. He had been silent for 1,000 years in the halls of the dead. He could be silent in a train compartment in 1991. The girl looked at him. The girl was looking at the way he was sitting. She was a girl who read, and she had read quickly, and she had been on this train for an hour and her brain was already cataloguing, boys who slumped, boys who sprawled, boys who hugged the window. Harry sat upright. Harry sat with his back against the cushion and his palms flat on his thighs. Harry sat the way a man sat in a war council when he was the youngest in the tent and could not afford to be the first to slouch. The girl's eyes moved across him. The girl's eyes stopped on his eyes. She did not flinch. She did not back up. She took a breath instead. She had been about to say something about the toad. She decided to say something else. I'm Hermione Granger. Are you, already on the train? Someone said Harry Potter is on this train, are you? Yes. I'm pleased to meet you. She held out a hand. He took it. The same Spartan shake, softened. She did not pull back. Her hand was small and dry and steady. The girl did not flinch. The girl had read her way through 11 years and she did not flinch at the thing she had not yet read. She was looking at him with the open careful attention of a scholar at a new species. He let her look. She would be looking for a long time. Boy. He did not say it. He thought it. The voice inside, Kratos's voice, said it for him and only for him. The voice was not surprised. The voice had known her on sight. The voice said, This is the one. Teach her. Do not call her Atrus. Do not name what she is. Let her become it. Have you really seen the toad? She said. No, Harry said. Right. Well. If you do. Tell Neville. He's in the next carriage. He's quite upset. I will. She did not leave. She stood in the doorway. She had something else to say and could not decide if she was going to say it. The doors clattered. Outside, a hill went past. She decided. I've read about you. There are books. You're in books, so I've heard. They aren't accurate. No. She blinked. The blink was a small triumph for her. She had said a thing and the thing had been received. She had not been laughed at. She had not been made small. A thing in her face, a small tight knot at the corners of the mouth, undid itself. Right, she said. Well. I should find Neville. The train's not stopped. I'll come back. Good. She left. The compartment door slid shut. Ron was staring. That was yes. You were, yes. Ron looked at the door. He looked at Harry. He shook his head. He laughed once. The laugh was a real laugh, the loose unforced laugh of a boy whose worry had been displaced by something more interesting than worry. Harry let the corner of his mouth do the smallest thing. Ron grinned. The compartment door slid open again 20 minutes later, and the door this time did not announce itself. A boy stood in the doorway. White blonde hair, slicked back. A pointed face. Two larger boys behind him, shaped like wardrobes. Robes that were already, inside the first hour of the school year, more expensive than Ron's wand. They're saying up and down the train, the blonde boy said. Harry Potter, in this compartment. Is it true? He had not waited to be invited in. He stepped in. The two wardrobes stopped at the doorway, blocking it, the way men blocked a door when they had been told what their work was. Harry watched them. He watched the blonde boy. He watched the blonde boy's hands. The blonde boy's hands were soft. They had not held weapons. They had not held tools. They had held quills, and ribbons of old gold, and the wrists of house elves, perhaps, when no one was watching. They were not the hands of a warrior. They were the hands of a child who had been told he was a warrior. There was a difference and the boy did not know it yet. Yes, Harry said. The blonde boy stuck out his hand. Draco Malfoy. He did not introduce the wardrobes. Harry looked at the hand. He looked at the boy. He looked at the wardrobes. You'll find, Draco said, when Harry did not take the hand, that some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there. He flicked his eyes at Ron. Ron's face went the color of his hair. Harry watched Draco. Harry took his time. He had been weighed, in his other life, by men who had stood in courts older than this island. He had been weighed by Ares. He had been weighed by Athena. He had been weighed by Odin. The weighing had a certain shape, and the boy in front of him had the shape of a small thin parody of it, and the parody was annoying in the way that an ill-made copy of a real sword was annoying. He decided what he was going to say, and he said it in the smallest possible number of words, because the smallest number of words was the Spartan's currency. I will pick my own friends. He did not take the hand. Draco's pale face did the slow thing pale faces did when they had been refused. The cheekbones tightened. The eyes went bright. The mouth, which had been ready to smile, did not. You'll regret making friends with the wrong people, Potter. Harry looked at him a long second. I have been wrong before, Harry said. I made it right. He did not raise his voice. He did not lean forward. He kept his palms on his thighs. Something in his stillness did not match the words. Draco took a small step back. He did not seem to know he had taken it. The wardrobes in the door looked at each other. The wardrobes had small brains, but small brains read the room better than large ones. Come on, Draco said, after a beat, to the wardrobes. We'll find better company. He turned. He went. The compartment door slid shut behind him. Ron exhaled. Bloody hell, Harry. Did you? That was Draco Malfoy. His dad's, I know what his father is. Do you? Yes. He had filed Lucius Malfoy from the bank lobby. The Malfoys, the white hair, the long faces, the casual quality of their cruelty, were a Greek family in Northern English clothing, and Harry had buried Greek families before. He did not want to bury this one. Burying families had not been his work for a long time. He hoped not to make it his work again. The hope was a Norse hope. The hope was, in its quiet way, the work of the man in the snow. Ron stared at him. Are you sure you're 11? Harry looked at him. He held the look. Most days, he said. Ron laughed, and the laugh was nervous, and then the laugh became real, and the laugh kept going for a whole minute before Ron got it under control. Harry watched him laugh. He let the thing in his chest move, very slightly, that had not moved in a long time. The work was the work. Today the work, for 1 minute, was a boy laughing in a compartment on a train. 2 hours later the door slid open a third time. Hermione had come back. She was already in her school robes. Her wand was in a leather sleeve at her hip, drawn and put back so often that the seam at the wrist was thin. She had a book in her hand. The book was open to a page in the middle. "You should change," she said. "We'll be there in less than an hour." Ron groaned. 5 more minutes. Now. Ron grumbled. He pulled his trunk out from under the seat. He began the awkward business of climbing into a robe with food on the front of his shirt. Hermione looked at the floor while he did it. Her ears went pink. She stood in the doorway. She did not leave. "Sit down," Harry said. She sat down. Across from him. She did not open the book in her hand. The book in her hand was a prop. She had brought the book the way another child might have brought a stuffed rabbit, for the courage of holding a thing she trusted. He understood. He had carried Mimir's head, in his other life, into rooms where he had not been certain of his welcome. The head had given him advice. The book, perhaps, did the same for the girl. "What are you reading?" "Hogwarts, a history." "Is it any good?" It's the standard reference." "It's not exciting. But it's accurate." "Mostly. There's an entire section on the moving staircases that's wrong. The author thought there were 142 of them. There are 145. I counted a diagram." "Yes." She looked at him. Her brown eyes did the careful narrow thing the brown eyes did when she was deciding whether to ask the question she had been carrying since the corridor. "You don't speak the way the books say you speak." "No. They have you giving speeches. About bravery. With a great deal of exclamation. Books are not the man." "No." "What was the boy's name?" "The one with the toad." "Neville. Neville Longbottom." He filed it. He did not say anything for a long second. Hermione waited. The pause did not seem to bother her. She had read enough to know that some kinds of conversation came in irregular weather. "Tell me about him," Harry said. "Neville?" "Yes. He's quiet. He's afraid. His grandmother raised him. His parents are, there's been an accident with his parents." "He doesn't say so." The other boys in his carriage said. "He almost didn't make the train. He almost didn't go through the wall onto the platform. I went with him." "Good." She looked at him. "Why are you asking?" "He will be in our house. He will need the house." "How do you know what house we'll be in?" "I don't. I have a guess." She did not press him. She filed the thing away the way he had filed her name away. Outside the window, the country had turned. The hills were higher. The light had gone long in gold. The first stars were faint above the western horizon. The train horn blew once in the distance ahead. "I should change," she said. She stood up. "Yes." She paused in the door. "Harry." "Yes. I'm glad I met you. It's a strange thing to say. But I'm glad I met you." "Yes," he said. "And I." She left. The door slid shut. Ron, in his half-buttoned robe, stared at Harry. Ron shook his head. Ron grinned again. Ron did not say bloody hell, but the words were in his face, and the words could be taken as read. They got off at Hogsmeade in the dark. Hagrid was on the platform with a lantern. "Fur's years. Fur's years over here." Harry walked with the others into the mud beside the lake. The boats waited. He set Hedwig's cage down. He took his place in a boat with Ron, with Hermione, who had stood at his elbow, and with a round-faced boy whose toad sat now in the boy's pocket. Neville. Hermione had brought him. "This is Neville," Hermione said. "Neville," Harry said. Neville looked at him with the wet careful eyes of a boy who had been told all his life that he was insufficient. The eyes were Atreus' eyes, the way Atreus's had been before the mountain, the eyes of a boy who had been given a sword and had not been told he could use it. Harry knew those eyes. He had been there. "It's all right," Harry said. It was all he said. Neville blinked. The wet did not spill. Neville nodded. The boats moved across the lake. The castle came up out of the dark in a long upward shape, towers and windows and the slow yellow light of fires through old glass. Hermione made a sound. Ron made a sound. Neville made a sound. Harry did not. He had seen Asgard. He had seen the rainbow road across the void and the gates of the high citadel. The castle on the hill was a thing of stone and light, and it was beautiful, but it was not bigger than what he had seen, and he did not need to make a sound. He let the silence sit in him. The silence was part of how he loved a thing. The sorting. The hat. McGonagall called the names in alphabetical order. The hat was old. The hat was older than the old man on the throne who watched it. The hat was a thinking thing, a small intelligence woven into the leather, and it had been thinking for 1,000 years. Harry watched it work. He watched the way it hesitated over Hermione's head, 3 seconds, 4, the brim creasing, before it shouted Gryffindor. He watched it almost fall asleep on the wardrobe crab and pronounce Slytherin without inflection. He watched it pause longest, before his own name, when the brim came down on Neville Longbottom, a long pause, the hat working at something it had not seen in a long time, and decide, finally and with surprise in its woolen voice, on Gryffindor. "Potter, Harry." The hall went quiet. He walked to the stool. He sat down. McGonagall set the hat on his head. The hat came down over his eyes. The voice in the hat woke. He had expected it. He had not expected the way it sounded. The hat did not speak in his ear. The hat spoke inside his skull, the way Mimir had spoken, the way Athena had spoken when she stood in the back of his head and tried to use his rage. The hat was a thinking thing in his head, and the hat had read him on contact, and the hat had stopped reading and started over, and was reading again, and had not yet got to the bottom of him. "Oh," the hat said. "Yes," Harry thought. "You are not a child." "No. You are, what are you?" "A man." The hat was silent. The hat was reading. Harry let it read. He did not push back. He did not show the hat what he did not want shown. The hat, if it was honest, would see what was there. The hat had been honest for 1,000 years. He let the hat see. "You have killed a god," the hat said. The voice had gone soft. The voice had become, for the first time perhaps in its long life, careful. "Yes." "How many?" "All of them." "In one place." "Not all, in the other." The hat's voice was small. The hat said, "I have not seen this before." "No. Where do I put a man like you?" Harry did not answer. He had not been asked, in any life, where to be put. He had been told. He waited. "Not Slytherin," the hat said. "The cunning is there. The ambition is gone, drained out of you in another country. You are not ambitious because you have already been on the throne. You sat there. You burned the throne. Slytherin is for the climber. You have descended. Yes. Not Ravenclaw. The mind is sharp, but you do not love knowledge. You use it. Knowledge is a tool to you. Ravenclaw is for the hunger. You have eaten. Yes. Hufflepuff is for the loyal. You are loyal. But your loyalty was paid in another country to another boy, and that boy is in a cairn. The loyalty in you is pre-spent. The hat hesitated. The hat went very quiet. Gryffindor is for courage. Courage is a thing the young have because they have not yet been afraid. You have been afraid, and have walked through it, and have come out the other side, and have nothing left to fear. That is not courage. That is something else. What? A discipline, the hat said. A discipline so old it had no name when I was new. The hat was silent another second. Then the hat said, almost to itself, I will put you with the brave. They will need you. They need the example of a man who has been past courage and come back to it. You will teach them what courage is for. Yes. Yes. Gryffindor. It will be Gryffindor. The hat lifted from his head. McGonagall, holding it, looked very briefly down at him, the long Scottish face arrested. The hat in her hand had been trembling. McGonagall had registered the tremble in her own hand. McGonagall had put the hat on 1,000 heads. McGonagall had not, in those 1,000 sortings, ever seen the hat tremble. Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table broke into noise. Harry stood up. He walked across the hall. He took his seat. Ron, 2 seats down, was beating the table. Hermione, across the table, was looking at him. He looked back. He inclined his head, the smallest gesture, the one he had used 3 times in 3 days, and Hermione, watching him, returned the same nod, and the corner of her mouth did the smallest thing. He looked up at the staff table. The old man at the center, Albus Dumbledore. Long white beard. Half-moon spectacles. Robes the color of a deep night sky stitched with constellations. Harry watched him. Dumbledore was watching him back. He had read men like Dumbledore. Dumbledore was a king. Dumbledore was the king of this small country and had been king of it for so long that he had stopped reading himself as one. The eyes behind the half-moon spectacles were the eyes of a man who had learned, over a long career, to look at children with kindness. Harry watched the kindness pass across the eyes and stop. The kindness did not go away. The kindness made room. The eyes that came out of the kindness were not unkind, but they were old, and old eyes recognized old eyes when they met them. Dumbledore's mouth moved. He took a small piece of bread between his fingers. He did not eat it. He turned the bread in his hand. He looked at Harry the way a man looked at a chess piece he had not put on the board himself. Harry looked back. The staff table sat in the slow current of the welcome feast. The plates filled themselves. The candles burned. The ceiling above showed the dark autumn sky. McGonagall sat on Dumbledore's right. A small wizard on his left was talking, Filius Flitwick, charms, the small body of a half-goblin or thereabouts. Harry filed the face. Beside Flitwick, a man in a purple turban, twitchy. Quirinus Quirrell. Defense against the dark arts. The turban was wrong. Harry knew the wrongness on first sight. He had not yet met the turban's contents. He did not need to. The wrongness was the wrongness of a wound that had been wrapped without being cleaned. The thing inside the turban was old and dead and was using the man on whose head it sat the way a parasite used a host. He had seen this kind of arrangement before. He had buried it before. He filed it. He turned his attention to the next face. Severus Snape. Black hair. Sallow face. The eyes of a man who had spent 30 years pretending not to look at people he could not stop looking at. The robes black. The collar of the robes high. The hands long and stained at the fingertips with the fingerprints of potion work. The eyes were on Harry already. He met them. The contact was instant. Snape was not careful. Snape had not expected to need to be careful. Snape had looked at the boy at the Gryffindor table to confirm that the boy was the boy he had been waiting to see. The looking was supposed to be a small act, a glance, a confirmation. It was not. The looking was a legitimacy probe, deployed without preamble, the way an old soldier reached for the holstered weapon at his hip without thinking. The probe entered Harry's eyes. The probe went into his skull. The probe found what was there. The probe found the slaughter of Olympus. Snape's face went white the way Petunia's had gone white in the kitchen, the white of milk too long out of the icebox. Snape's hand closed on the edge of the high table. Snape's hand was bone white at the knuckles. Snape did not blink. Snape could not blink. The probe had not been cut off, the probe had been let in, by Harry, who was standing in the door of his own mind and had been the one to open it. Harry let Snape see. He let Snape see the temple of Athena going up in flame. He let Snape see the body of Ares on the cobbles. He let Snape see the white columns coming down. He let Snape see, briefly, the boy in the cairn at the foot of the mountain, because the boy was the answer to the question Snape thought he was asking. The boy was the only thing Snape needed to see to understand what kind of man he was sitting across the hall from. Snape's hand on the table was shaking. Harry, inside his own head, said one word, low, out. The probe withdrew. It withdrew the way a hand withdrew from a flame it had not known was a flame. Snape sat back. Snape put both his hands flat on the table to stop them shaking. Snape did not look at Harry again that night. Dumbledore, on Snape's right, close enough to read everything, turned his head a half-inch towards Snape. The half-inch was a question. Snape did not answer. Snape did not move. Dumbledore turned back. Dumbledore's eyes on Harry were now careful. Dumbledore's eyes had begun to take inventory. Harry took a small piece of bread between his fingers. He looked at it. He ate it. He turned to Ron beside him. "What's this?" "Treacle tart," Ron said, his mouth full, his eyes on a different plate. "It's good. Have some." "Yes." He ate. He listened. He let the world of the great hall go on. The candles burned. The students at the 4 tables ate and laughed. A ghost drifted by. A first-year girl gasped. A 5th-year prefect hushed her. Hermione, across the table, watched him eat. He let her watch. The watching was beginning. The watching would last 7 years. Hagrid, at the staff table, raised a tankard at him. Harry inclined his head. "A truce." He thought at once, for himself, for the inside voice. He did not look at Hermione when he thought it. The voice in his head, Kratos' voice, said, "Not yet. She is not a truce. She is the one who could become him. Do not put a name on her. Let her name herself. Be a teacher. Not a father. Not yet." Yes, Harry thought. He ate the treacle tart. It was very sweet. He did not say so. After the feast, the prefect, Percy, led the Gryffindor first-years up to the tower. The staircases moved. The portraits muttered. The tower at the top was warm. The fire was already burning. The dormitory, when they reached it, was a long room with 5 four-poster beds. Harry's trunk had been put at the end of the 3rd bed. Hedwig, in her cage, was already on the windowsill. She had got there before he did. He set his hand against the bars. "Tomorrow," he said, very quietly. She blinked once, slow. She turned her head away. She tucked her beak into her shoulder and slept. The other boys were already at their trunks. Ron was at the bed beside his. Neville was opposite. 2 boys he had not yet learned the names of, Seamus Finnegan, Dean Thomas. They were laughing about a sister of Seamus's who had blown up a teapot. Harry sat on the edge of his bed. He pulled his shoes off. He set them under the bed. Ron, in pajamas already, peered across the gap. "You all right?" "Yes." "You don't talk much." "No." Ron grinned. He turned over. Within 10 minutes the dormitory was asleep around him. The curtains of the four-posters drifted in the small breeze of the open window. Harry lay on his back. He did not sleep. The body did not need sleep yet. The body had not had enough work in it today to require sleep. He listened. The castle made noise at night. The walls breathed. The stone settled. Somewhere far below, a door closed. A voice said something to another voice and then both voices fell off into laughter and silence. The castle was alive. The castle was an old animal asleep around its children. The Spartan inside him recognized the noise of a fortress at peace. He thought of the man with the turban. He thought of Snape. He thought of the old man on the throne in the center of the staff table. He thought of the girl in the bushy hair, 2 beds and a floor away, who had not flinched. The girl whose small dry hand he had taken without breaking. The girl whose name was Hermione and whose name in his head was, already, beginning to mean something different. "Boy," the voice inside said. He closed his eyes. He breathed. He counted. 4 in. 4 out. 4 in. 4 out. The march of the long road. He had killed a god. He had killed several. He had been killed himself, more than once, by gods. He had walked past the country of the dead and back. He had sat in the dark of a cupboard for 10 years with a child's body on his bones. He was 11. He was thousands. He was at school. "Open your eyes." He did. He looked at the canopy of the four-poster. The canopy was red. The canopy was the color of the cloak he had worn in another country. The canopy was a small cheap echo of a thing he had carried for a long time and had set down. The canopy did not require him to do anything tonight. The canopy was a roof. The roof was for sleeping under. He closed his eyes again. He slept. Outside the dormitory window, Hedwig opened one eye. She watched the boy on the bed for a long time. Then she closed her eye and slept too. Far down the castle, in an office heavy with silver instruments, an old man with a white beard sat at his desk and did not pick up his quill. He had been about to write a letter. He had not yet decided to whom. He sat in the dim light of his many small spinning instruments. He sat for a long time. He did not write the letter that night. He had a great deal to think about. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, The Mountain Troll. The first 6 weeks at Hogwarts were a slow study in restraint. The body had to be hidden. The mind had to be slowed. The voice had to be flattened to the cadence of an English boy of 11 who had been raised in a cupboard and had not yet learned that he was something else. Each of these was its own discipline. Each had its own daily exercise. Harry kept the exercises the way another boy might have kept a diary. Mornings he rose before the dormitory. 5 o'clock by the chime of the small clock at the foot of his bed. He pulled on a school robe and went down through the common room, which was empty at that hour, and out through the portrait hole. Filch did not patrol the upper floors before 6. The corridors were his. He ran. He did not run as an 11-year-old ran. He ran the long Spartan stride, the one that ate ground without using the lungs, the one a man did at hour 7 of a forced march. He did the loop of the 7th-floor corridor 12 times. He did the staircase up to the astronomy tower 3 times. He did push-ups on the parapet of the astronomy tower because the wind up there was real and the cold up there was real, and pain in cold was the oldest of the trainings. He came back down the inside of the castle through the trick door behind the suit of armor and was in his bed at 6:15, lying on his back with the cover pulled to his chin, looking at the canopy, the first to wake but the last to seem to. The other boys did not know. Hermione, perhaps, suspected. Hermione watched. Hermione had begun to watch on the train and had not stopped. She was not rude about it. She did not stare. She catalogued. She would come down to breakfast and look at his plate and look at his sleeve and look at the angle of his neck, and the brown eyes would do their small work, and then she would open Hogwarts, a history on the table beside her plate and read while she ate. She did not ask. He did not volunteer. The silence between them was a courteous silence. The silence had its own grammar. He liked it. He had not had a silence like it since the long winter walks in Midgard, when Atrus had stopped chattering for an hour at a time and had only walked beside him through the snow, and the silence had been a thing they shared. In the afternoons he did the work of being a first-year wizard. The work was not, by his standards, hard. The wand worked because he told it to work. The first time he had cast Wingardium Leviosa in charms, the feather had not lifted, it had stood up on its quill end and walked across the desk to him, the way a small dog walked when it had decided to come. Flitwick, on his stack of books at the front of the room, had cleared his throat. Harry had let the feather fall. He had cast it again, properly. The feather had risen. Flitwick had given him the small bow he gave to students he intended to remember. Harry had inclined his head, the smallest gesture, again. In Transfiguration, McGonagall had looked at him sharply on the second day of class. Mr. Potter. Yes, Professor. That is a teacup. Yes, Professor. You were given a button. Yes. Buttons do not, in normal practice, become teacups in the first lesson. No. How did you do it? I thought of a teacup. McGonagall had looked at him a moment longer than the question required. The Scottish mouth had compressed. The Scottish mouth had not told him to stop. The Scottish mouth had said, "Show me again." He had shown her again. McGonagall had set the second teacup beside the first. She had set both her hands on her desk. She had said, in a tone he had not heard her use with any other student, "Be careful, Mr. Potter." Yes, Professor. He had been careful afterwards. He had not made the cup as fine as he could have. He had left a small imperfection on the lip. He had given Hermione, beside him, the chance to make a better one. Hermione had made a better one. Hermione had glowed about it for an hour. He had let her glow. Potions was the field of the war. Snape did not look at him for the first 3 lessons. Snape walked past Harry's cauldron without speaking. Snape graded Harry's first essay with a single mark, acceptable, without comment. Snape did the work of a man pretending the boy was not in the room. The 4th lesson, Snape stopped at Harry's bench. Potter. Yes, sir. Tell me. The properties of moonstone. Used in lunar potions. Reflective surface. Latent silver, which renders most binders inert. Best ground in pewter. Iron taints the powder. Useful in dreamless sleep, in calming draughts, and in certain old protective charms. Where did you read this? In the book. Recite the page. Page 83. Second paragraph. Snape's eyes did the slow black thing they did when Snape had been about to say one thing and had decided, mid-thought, to say another. He walked away from the bench. He did not return to it. Harry watched him go. Hermione, beside Harry, was staring at her cauldron with a fixity that meant she had, also, been listening, and was, also, filing. After class, in the corridor, Hermione said, "How did you remember the page?" "I read the page." "All right, but, once." "Once?" "Yes." She looked at him a long second. Her forehead did the small concentrated thing. She nodded slowly. She did not press. She had decided, on the train, not to press, and the decision had become a habit, and the habit was, day by day, becoming a kind of trust. He saw the trust come. He did not interrupt it. The trust was for a long road. He needed it to be for a long road. The flying lesson. The brooms were old. The brooms in October were stiff with the autumn wet. Madame Hooch had them line up 2 by 2 on the lawn, with a broom on the grass at the right of each pair of feet. Harry had stood beside Ron. Ron's broom had jumped to his hand on the second try. Hermione's broom had rolled over on the ground twice and had finally lifted a half-inch. Neville's broom had shot up sideways, hit Neville in the chin, and dropped to the grass. Harry's broom had come up at his command before he had finished saying it. It had come up cleanly. It had come up faster than the brooms of the older students who sometimes flew over the school in the evening. He had read the speed. He had eased the broom back down and held it horizontally at his hip the way a Spartan held a spear at the line. Madame Hooch's yellow eyes had moved across him. She had said nothing. The lesson had gone on. Then Neville had panicked. The boy had gone up in a wobble and could not get the broom to come down. The broom had taken him, at first slowly, then faster, across the lawn in a long looping curve, 20 feet up, then 50, the boy clutching the wood with both knees and both hands and his face the color of paper. Madame Hooch had been shouting. The other first years had been shouting. Harry, on the ground, had watched the broom carry Neville toward the wall of the castle. Harry had moved. He had picked up his own broom. He had not mounted it. He had not had time. He had run 20 meters across the lawn, at a sprint that was not the sprint of an 11-year-old, and he had taken the bottom 4 feet of the spiraling broom in one hand. He had not pulled. He had not jerked. He had set his weight against it. The broom had stopped. Neville, on the broom, had lurched forward against the handle. The broom had hovered. Harry had brought it down to him in a slow controlled lower, hand over hand on the shaft, until Neville's robes touched the grass and the boy fell off sideways into Harry's chest. Harry had set him on the ground. "Boy," Harry had said, very quietly, to Neville. Neville, not yet able to speak, had made a small sound. "You are not hurt." "No. You will fly again." Neville had stared at him. The boy's mouth had been trembling. "You will fly again," Harry had said, "and you will not panic. The panic is the broom's. Not yours. The broom is a tool. It is afraid of you. Make it less afraid." Madame Hooch had arrived. She had looked at Neville. She had looked at Harry. She had looked at the broom in Harry's hand, the broom that had been pulled out of a sky that was supposed to have killed the boy on it. She had said nothing for a moment. Then she had said, "Mr. Potter, if you could put the broom on the ground, please." Harry had put the broom on the ground. Madame Hooch had taken Neville off to the hospital wing. The other first years had stood around, blinking. Malfoy, on the far side of the lawn, had picked up the small remembrall that had fallen out of Neville's pocket. Malfoy had grinned. Malfoy had begun to lift the remembrall with the showy air of a child who had been waiting, all month, for an excuse. Harry walked across the lawn. He did not run. He walked. The walk was a Spartan walk. The walk did not hurry, and did not lag, and did not announce itself. He came up to Malfoy. He held out his hand. "Give it." "Or what, Potter?" "Give it." Malfoy looked at the hand. Malfoy looked at the boy on the other end of the hand. Malfoy looked at the boys behind him for support. The boys did not move. The boys had read the hand too. The boys had small brains, and small brains read hands well. Malfoy had a slightly larger brain and used it for slightly worse things, and the reading came to him a half-second slower than it had come to the boys. He read in the end. He put the remembrall in the hand. "I was just looking," Malfoy said. "Yes." Harry closed his fingers on the glass. He did not crush it. He could have. He could have closed his fist and turned the glass to flour and let the red smoke spill across his fingers and watched Malfoy's face do the white thing. He did not. The remembrall was the boy's. The remembrall would go back to the boy. He turned. He walked back across the lawn. He did not look at Malfoy again. Hermione, on the steps of the castle, had been watching the whole thing. When he reached her, she did not speak for a moment. Then she said, "You are going to be in so much trouble." "No." She stared at him. Madame Hooch came back from the hospital wing 5 minutes later and did not, in fact, give Harry any trouble. She looked at him a long second and then the yellow eyes had gone away. She said nothing about the broom. She said nothing about the remembrall. She had decided, the way teachers sometimes decided, that the small business of the morning had been resolved without her, and that her authority was better preserved by not noticing. He inclined his head to her. The small head tilt. She did not return it. She did twitch the corners of her mouth, and the mouth twitched the way the mouth of a sergeant twitched at a recruit who had done well, and Harry filed her, too. The Saturday after the flying lesson, Harry went to the library. He went early. He went before the breakfast trays had been cleared. The library at that hour was empty but for Madame Pants, who was sharpening a quill at her desk and did not look up when he came in. The books on the shelves were old. The smell of the books was the smell of any old library, leather, dust, the slow chemistry of paper turning into something else. He walked the shelves. He read the spines. He pulled 3 books off the shelf in the section on defensive theory and a 4th from the section on creature lore and a 5th from the small unloved corner labeled simply history, classical. He sat down at a table by the window. He read. He read the way he had once read the orders of a campaign, cover to cover, top to bottom, the page absorbed in the time it took to turn it. The words on the page entered his head and stayed there. He had not known, in the cupboard, that the body of a wizard processed text faster than the body of a man. He had read the first textbook in 2 hours and had thought it was a fluke. The second had taken 90 minutes. The third had taken 70. He no longer counted. He read. The classical history was a slim book. The author had been an English wizard in the 1880s who had spent a decade in Greece looking for the one tradition that ought to have come down from a country older than one traditions. The author had not found it. The author had instead written a long sad note about a country whose magic had been other than one magic, a country whose magic had been bound up in oaths and altars and the exchange of blood between mortals and gods. The author had used the word theurgy. The author had used the word cryon. The author had not used the word that Harry was looking for. The word Harry was looking for was Sparta. The book did not name the city by that name in any chapter. The book did, in a footnote, refer to a class of soldier. The footnote was 3 lines long. The author did not know what the soldiers had done. The author did not know what the soldiers had been. The author did not know that one of them had walked into a temple of Athena, 3,000 years before, and had walked out with the temple on fire. Harry closed the book. He set it on the table. He set his hands on top of it. He did the breath count. Hermione came into the library at 9. She had a book of her own under her arm. She saw him at the table by the window. She paused. She came over. She sat down across from him without asking. "You read fast," she said. "Yes." "How fast?" "Faster than I should." She looked at the books beside him. She read the spines. She did not, when she got to the classical history, comment. She did set her own book on the table beside the others, and the title of her own book was Ancient Magical Cultures of the Mediterranean. The smallest twitch happened at the corner of his mouth. She caught it. She did not smile back. She did open her book and turn to a page she had marked with a strip of parchment, and she pushed the book across to him, and she set her finger on a paragraph. "Read this," she said. He read it. The paragraph described, in 3 sentences, a class of warrior from a small Greek city who had been said, in a fragment of Plutarch, to have killed a god. The paragraph did not name the warrior. The paragraph did not name the god. The paragraph said the fragment was probably a metaphor. He looked up. Hermione's brown eyes were on his face. "Is it?" she said. "Is it what?" "A metaphor." He looked at her a long second. "No," he said. She nodded. She closed the book. She set the book back beside the others. She did not press. She did not ask the next question. She had decided, again, that the next question was for later. She had, in the last 12 hours, become very good at deciding things were for later. Ron came in at the library door at 10. Ron stood there with the air of a boy who had been told, by a girl, to come to the library, and who had come, and who was now going to insist, loudly, that he had not been told. He sat down at the table. He looked at the books. He looked at Harry. He looked at Hermione. "I'm not reading," Ron said. "Yes," Harry said. "What do you mean yes?" "You will read." "Why?" "Because the people you stand beside are reading." "You will stand beside them." "You will read." Ron stared at him. "You are not a normal 11-year-old, Ron said at last. "No. That is the most consistent thing about you, mate." Hermione, across the table, made a small sound. The sound was very near a laugh and was the first laugh he had heard out of her in 3 weeks. He let the corner of his mouth do the small thing again. Ron picked up a book. The book was the one Harry had pulled on creature lore. Ron opened it at random. Ron began, in the slow gluey voice of a boy reading because he had been told to read. By 11 o'clock Ron had read 3 pages without complaining. By noon he had read 7. By the time the lunch bell sounded, he was still reading, and he had not noticed it was lunch. Harry stood up. "Lunch," he said. "What?" Ron said. "You are reading." Ron looked at the page. He looked up. He blinked. "It is the trick," Harry said. "You stop being the boy who does not read by reading. The shame goes when the work goes in. It is the same with everything. We will have a great deal to do this year." He left it at that. He picked up his books. He carried them to the desk. Madame Pants stamped them out to him without speaking. He went to lunch. The other 2 followed. October stretched. The leaves in the courtyards turned the color of old copper. The lake water went black. The first heavy frost laid itself on the lawn one Thursday morning, and the morning runs got harder, and the morning runs became, by November, the part of the day Harry liked the best. Hermione, in those weeks, was not friends with him. Hermione was not friends with anyone. Hermione had 3 more questions per lesson than any other student, and she answered the questions the rest of the class did not know, and the rest of the class did the slow business of not liking her for it. Harry watched. He understood. The girl carried her brain the way a Spartan carried a sword, too proud of it to put it down. He had been the same way at her age. He had set the sword down. The girl had not yet. Ron was the worst. Ron had decided that Hermione was a know-it-all and that the know-it-all was an enemy. Ron said so, on the 1st of November, in the corridor after Charms. Ron said it loudly. Ron said it within Hermione's hearing. It's no wonder no one can stand her. She's a nightmare, honestly. Hermione had passed the corner. Hermione had heard. Hermione had stopped, just on the other side of the wall, and Harry had watched her stop. She had stood there a long second. Then she had walked away. Her steps had been the small fast steps of a girl who would not be caught crying in a school corridor. Harry had turned to Ron. He had said one word. Quiet. Even. The Spartan word he had been refining for 11 weeks. Boy. Ron had looked at him. What? Sit down. Harry, sit down. There was no chair in the corridor. Ron had stood there a second. Then he had sat. He had sat on the stone floor with his back against the wall. He had not understood. He had not refused. The body had read the voice. The body had obeyed before the mind had caught up. Ron had looked up at Harry from the floor with confusion blooming slowly across his freckled face. You hurt her. It was a joke, no. It was not. You said it because you have not yet learned to live next to a person who is better than you at the thing you wish to be good at. The shame in you came out as cruelty. It will keep doing so. You will not be a man of any use until you stop. Stand up. Ron stood up. Find her. Apologize. Mean it. Where? Find her. Ron went. Ron went down the corridor at a half-run. Harry watched him go. He stood in the empty corridor a long second. The torches on the wall guttered in some faint draft. He thought of Atreus, on the mountain, the day Atreus had shouted at the dwarf at the forge, the small flare of cruelty in the small voice. Kratos had not shouted back. Kratos had said, "Boy. Apologize." The boy had apologized. The boy had grown a half-inch that day, in some small way that mattered. Harry had taught Atreus that lesson once. He was teaching it again. The lessons did not change. The boys did. Ron did not find her in time. Halloween night. The great hall was full of pumpkins. The pumpkins were enormous. Hagrid had grown them. Live bats, 1,000 of them, circled in the dark of the rafters above the candles. The students at the 4 tables ate roast pheasant and treacle tart and laughed at the bats. Harry sat at his usual seat. Ron sat beside him and was not eating much. Ron had not found Hermione that afternoon. Ron had asked the prefects. Ron had asked the older Gryffindor girls. The older Gryffindor girls had said Hermione was crying in a bathroom and had been crying in the bathroom since lunch and was not coming out. Harry had put his fork down. Which bathroom? The girls on the 2nd floor. Harry, I can't go in there, no. He had been about to stand up when the doors of the great hall had crashed open. Quirrell ran in. The man's turban was slightly askew. His eyes, in the torchlight, were the eyes of a man who had not believed his own news and now had no choice. He sprinted up the center aisle between the 4 tables. He stopped at the staff table. He gasped out one sentence and then put his hand against the high table and looked as if he was about to faint. Troll. In the dungeons. Thought you ought to know. The hall had gone silent. Then Quirrell, in his small voice, said, "Sorry," and slid sideways onto the floor in a faint. Then the hall went mad. Dumbledore stood up. The old voice cut the noise the way a hot knife cut wax. The hall stopped screaming. The prefects took the houses. The students rose in their orderly rows. Percy, the Gryffindor prefect, was already herding the first years toward the doors. Harry stood. He did not go with the line. He went the other way. He went out of the great hall by the staff entrance. Ron, behind him, came too. Ron, behind him, was babbling. "What, Harry, where are we? Hermione doesn't know about the troll, no. We have to, yes." They moved up through the castle. The corridor was emptying. The portraits, in their frames, were shouting at them to go back. Harry did not stop. Harry knew the layout of the castle now. The 2 months of pre-dawn runs had given him the floors and the staircases and the way the staircases moved. He took the shortest path. Ron, behind him, was puffing already. On the 2nd floor, Harry stopped. He raised one hand. Ron stopped behind him. Ron, not understanding why, opened his mouth. Quiet. Ron went quiet. The corridor in front of them was empty. The torches were burning. The doors on either side were closed. Harry stood very still. He had stopped because the air had changed. The air on the back of his neck had moved. The air on the back of his neck had moved the way the air moved before something big walked around a corner. He had read the air like that in Phocis, a long time ago, on a road where a thing the size of a house had been about to come through the trees. He set his weight. He shifted his feet. The right foot a half step back. The left foot turned out a half inch. The Spartan stance, the one he had not used in this life, the one he had used 1,000 times in his last. He did not draw the wand. The wand was in his sleeve. The wand was for later. The wand was the wrong tool. Around the corner, the troll came. It was 12 feet tall. It was gray. The skin of its hide was the texture of old wet leather. The arms were as long as Harry's whole body was tall. The club it dragged in its right hand was the trunk of a small tree. Its small eyes were yellow. It smelled. It smelled of fish and feces and the damp under a stone. Ron, behind Harry, made a small noise. The troll's small yellow eyes moved at the noise. "Stay," Harry said. He did not turn his head. The word was for Ron. The word did not move the air. Ron stayed. The troll, having noticed, came. Harry walked into it. He did not run. He walked. He walked the Spartan walk, the steady close-distance walk that put no weight on the front foot until the front foot was already inside the enemy's reach. The troll lifted its club. The club came down. Harry was not where the club came down. Harry was at the troll's right knee. He had stepped, between two breaths, through the swing arc of the club and onto the inside line, where the club could not reach. The troll's right knee was the size of a watermelon. He hit it. He hit it with the heel of his right hand, the way a Spartan hit the knee of a war elephant when the elephant was at full charge. The blow was not the blow of an 11-year-old boy. The blow was the blow of a god-killer. The kneecap of the mountain troll cracked. The troll roared. The troll's leg went out from under it. The troll's full weight came down on the broken knee. The troll fell forward. Harry was already moving. He had crossed under the falling body. He had picked up, on the way, a fragment of broken stone basin from the alcove on the left wall, a heavy chip of the basin the size of a brick. He had it in his right hand. He stepped around the falling troll. He set his left foot. He brought the stone chip down on the back of the troll's head, at the base of the skull, where the spinal column joined the cranium. The blow went through. It did what blows of that kind did. The troll went still. The corridor was very quiet. Harry set the chip of stone down on the floor beside the body. He turned. He looked at the door behind him. He had not, until this moment, registered which door. The sign on the door said, "Girls." He walked to the door. He pushed it open. Hermione was in the back stall. The door of the stall was open. She was sitting on the floor of the stall with her knees up to her chin. Her face was a mess of crying. She had heard the troll come in. She had heard, at the door of the bathroom, something fall. She had not yet stood up. She had not yet known whether she would be able to. She saw him. She did not move. Harry came across the bathroom. He stopped 2 paces from the stall. "You are unharmed," he said. Hermione did not answer. She was looking past him, into the corridor, where the troll's foot was. Her mouth moved. No sound came. Her brown eyes came back, slowly, to his face. "Yes," she said, and the voice was small. "Stand up." She stood up. She came out of the stall. She looked at him a long second. "Did you kill it?" "Yes." "It was 12 feet, yes." She put her hand against the wall. She breathed. She breathed slowly, the way a person breathed after the shock had not yet decided to leave. Her brown eyes did the small concentrated thing. The thing did not stop. The thing moved across his face. The thing went to his hands. The thing looked at the chip of stone he had set on the floor in the corridor. The thing came back. "Who are you?" Hermione said. He had been expecting the question. He had not yet decided how to answer it. He had thought he would have months yet. He had not thought he would have to answer it on a bathroom floor with a dead troll outside the door and Ron in the corridor and McGonagall coming up the stairs in the distance, the way Scottish women came upstairs. He looked at her. He set his hand, lightly, on her shoulder. "Boy," he said. He paused. He let the word sit. The word was a Kratos word. The word was the word he had not, in his whole second life, said to anyone aloud. The word was the word he was going to say, eventually, to her. Today was as good a day as any. "Same as you," he said. She did not laugh. She did not cry harder. She did not back away. She stood very still under his hand. Her brown eyes did the work they did when she was deciding whether to file something or to throw it out. She filed it. "Right," Hermione said. "Right." Footsteps in the corridor. Several pairs. McGonagall's. Snape's, behind. Quirrell's, lagging. Harry took his hand off her shoulder. He stepped back. The teachers came in. McGonagall saw the troll. McGonagall went the color of old paper. McGonagall came into the bathroom, saw Hermione, saw Harry, saw Ron in the doorway behind them, and McGonagall's mouth opened to say a great deal of things, and none of them came out. It was Hermione who spoke. "Professor, it was my fault." McGonagall blinked. I went looking for the troll. I'd read about them. I thought I could handle it. I was wrong. I would have. Harry and Ron came in to find me. They saved my life. Miss Granger, it is true, Professor." McGonagall looked at her. She looked at Harry. She looked at Ron. The Scottish mouth did the slow tightening it did when the mouth had decided not to push at a story it could see was a story. She nodded once. 5 points from Gryffindor, Miss Granger. For very serious lack of judgment. As for you two, she turned. She looked at the troll. She looked at the chip of stone on the floor of the corridor. She looked at the back of the troll's head. The Scottish mouth went very still. She looked at Harry. She did not ask the question. The question she did not ask was, "Mr. Potter, how?" The question would have had no answer. She had taught at the school for 40 years. She had read the stones and the bodies of trolls. She had seen the mark of the kind of blow that had killed this one. She had not seen it on a school grounds in her career. She did not, now, want to know. She said, 5 points to each of you. For sheer dumb luck. She did not look at Harry as she said it. She looked at the floor. The not looking was her way of telling him she had read the stone and decided not to read it. He inclined his head. The smallest gesture. McGonagall, still not looking at him, nodded back. Dumbledore came down the corridor a quarter of an hour later. The students had been moved on. The bathroom had been cleared. The troll had been levitated to a side passage by Snape, who had not spoken a word, and had not looked at Harry, and had limped on a wound in his right leg that none of the children had been told about. Dumbledore stood at the troll's body for a long time. He looked at the kneecap. He looked at the back of the skull. He took out a small silver instrument from his sleeve and ran it across the broken kneecap. He read the instrument. He put the instrument away. He sat down on a low stone bench in the alcove. He put both hands on his knees. He did not move for a while. McGonagall came up the corridor. Albus. Minerva. You read the bone. I did. And it is not the work of an 11-year-old. No. It is also not the work of any of the staff. I have asked them. I have read their hands. No. The old man put his palms together. He set the tips of his fingers against his lower lip. He stared at the stone of the troll's body for a long minute. Minerva, he said at last. I am going to ask you a question. I would like you to answer with care. Yes. In your time at this school, at any school, have you ever read, on a body, a fracture of this pattern? McGonagall thought. No, she said. Not in any of my books. Not in any of my classrooms. There is a description of such a pattern, Albus, but it is not in any modern teaching text. It is in an older text. The text is in your library, not mine. Yes. What text, Albus? He told her. The text he named was a Greek text. It was a translation of an older Greek text, and the older Greek text was a translation of a Mycenaean fragment. The fragment described, in the dry language of a temple scribe, the wounds that had been observed on the bodies of certain creatures slain by a certain class of mortal warrior in a certain century, a class of warrior the scribe had named only by their city. McGonagall stared at him. Albus, she said. He is 11. Yes. You cannot possibly mean, I do not yet mean. I am merely reading the bone. You asked. I answered. Albus, Minerva. He stood. He set his hand on her shoulder. The hand had not lost the kindness. The hand had lost the certainty. Go back to your tower. Have a cup of tea. We will speak in the morning. She went. The old man stood alone in the corridor with the troll's body, and he stood there a long time, and at the end of the time he said, very quietly, to no one in particular, the only word the moment called for. The word was not in English. The word was older than English. He did not, in his many years, often use it. He used it now. He went back up the corridor toward his tower, and the long robes moved behind him, and the corridor was empty, and the bats above the rafters of the great hall went on circling in the dark. In the Gryffindor common room, near midnight, 3 first-years sat in 3 armchairs by the fire. They did not speak for a long time. Then Hermione said, "Thank you." Ron said, "Bloody hell." Harry said nothing. He was looking at the fire. The fire moved the way fires moved in any country. The fire was the same fire he had sat by on the mountain in Midgard, at Faye's stove, with the boy beside him, all those years ago. The fire did not know the difference. The fire did not need to. Hermione, in the chair across from him, said, "Harry." "Yes." "You said, boy." "To me." "In the bathroom." "Yes." "Why?" He looked at her. He did not answer right away. He let the silence sit. The silence between them was, again, courteous. The silence was a thing they had been building for 2 months. "Because you are mine," Harry said. Ron, in the third chair, looked up. Ron did not understand the words. Hermione understood part of them. She did not understand all of them. She did not need to. She filed them. She filed them with care. She would understand them, in pieces, over years. She nodded. "Right," she said. Ron, after a long second, said, "Are you two going to, like?" "No," Harry said. "No," Hermione said. "It is something else," Harry said. "What?" Ron said. Harry looked at him. "I am going to teach her," Harry said. "To do what?" Ron said. "To be more than I am." The fire moved. The common room was quiet. Ron blinked. Hermione, in her chair, looked down at her hands. She did not speak. She did not need to. The thing in her had moved. Harry watched it move. He did not name it. The name was for later. The name was for years. He stood up. "Bed," he said. "Tomorrow we run." "Run?" Ron said. "Yes." He went up to the dormitory. Behind him, Hermione, after a long second, stood too. Then Ron, after a longer second, stood too. The three of them went up the stair. The fire in the common room burned down on its own. Outside the Gryffindor Tower, in the dark of the corridor, a portrait of an old knight saluted the tower as the children went past. The portrait had not saluted in 50 years. The portrait did not know, itself, why it had saluted. It would have to think about it. The night went on. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The Stone and the Mirror. Winter came. The lake froze in November and stayed frozen. The owls and the owlery huddled by the brazier the staff had finally remembered to light. The morning runs got cold. The morning runs got harder. By the second week of December, Harry had stopped running alone. Ron had asked, the morning after the troll. Hermione had asked the same evening. He had told them both yes. He had told them what to wear. Wool, layered. Boots, not slippers. Hair tied back. He had taken them through the side door of the kitchens, the door Hagrid had told him about in passing, and out onto the dark lawn, and he had run them. He had been a teacher in his other life, briefly, on one mountain. The teaching had not gone well. The teaching had gone well in the end, but only after the teacher had unlearned the parts of himself that had wanted to bark and break. He came to Ron and Hermione without those parts. He came to them as the man on the mountain, the one who had learned. He set the pace at the pace they could keep, not the pace he could keep, and he ran beside them at their pace, and he said when they should breathe and when they should turn and when they should slow. Hermione's body was small. Hermione's lungs were small. Hermione's wool was the largest wool in the trio, and the wool pulled the body further than the body would, on its own, have gone. Ron's body was not small. Ron's body had been built by 12 years of his mother's cooking and his brother's wrestling. Ron's body had endurance the boy did not yet know about. Ron's wool was the smallest of the three. Ron tired in the head before he tired in the legs, and Harry's job, the first weeks, was to keep the head moving while the legs did what the legs were already capable of. By the start of December, the three of them were running the 7th floor loop together at 5:30 in the morning, 12 laps. They were not running it well. They were running it. It was the not doing well that mattered. Harry had spent 30 years explaining this to soldiers. The not doing well was the work. The doing it well came later. The doing it well, in fact, was the reward you got for putting in 5 years of doing it badly. Most men quit before the 5 years. The ones who did not quit were the ones who had been told, every day for 5 years, that the work was the work. He told them, every day, that the work was the work. They did not quit. In defense against the dark arts, Quirrell stuttered through a textbook and would not look at Harry. The man behind the turban was watching. Harry knew. The man behind the turban watched him every Tuesday afternoon between 3 and 4 through the back of Quirrell's skull. Harry let it watch. He did not turn the watching back. He did not engage. He sat in his row. He took notes. He kept his head low. The thing inside the turban was old and was patient and was, Harry was beginning to suspect, in pain. The thing was riding a body that was not made for it. The body was burning down. The thing inside was getting hungrier. He filed it. He filed the angles of the corridor outside the classroom. He filed the doors that locked from the outside. He filed where the man slept, when he slept. He did not yet plan to act. He would act in spring. The thing inside the turban had not yet committed to its move. Harry would let the thing move first. He had been the second mover, in his other life, more often than the first. The second mover was the patient one. The patient one usually won. The week before Christmas, in potions, Snape stopped at his bench again. Potter. Yes, sir. You will stay after class. Yes, sir. After class, the dungeon emptied. Hermione lingered. Snape looked at her. Hermione met the look. Hermione had been Hermione before the troll, and Hermione after the troll was a slightly different girl. The difference was small and would not have shown on the surface to a man who had not been watching. Snape was a man who had been watching. He read her. The Scottish mouth did the small thing it did when Snape had decided something. Miss Granger. Yes, sir. Outside. Sir, outside, Miss Granger. She went. The door of the dungeon shut. Snape walked across the room. He walked behind his desk. He did not sit. He set his hands on his desk. He looked at Harry. Potter. Yes. Look at me. Harry looked. The probe came. It was not the half-careless probe of the welcome feast. It was the deliberate probe of a man who had decided, after a long November of not looking, that he was going to take the time to look properly. It came in slow. It came in with manners. It came in the way a cat came in through a window at night, careful, low, expecting nothing in particular. Harry did not let it find what he had let it find on the first day. He had been preparing, in his head, for a second meeting. He had done the work. He had moved certain rooms in his memory to other floors of the house. He had locked some doors. He had left other doors open with very particular contents inside them. The probe came in. The probe found a door. The door opened. The door contained, the cupboard. The Dursleys at breakfast. A small thin boy turning bacon at a stove. A spatula. The Spartan grip the spatula was held in. A beat. The probe did not understand. The probe found another door. The door contained, a kitchen table being lifted with one hand. A 9-year-old's hand. The wood barely sang when it came back down. The probe did not, entirely, like that. The probe found a third door. The door contained, a corridor. A troll. A stone basin chip in a small hand. A very efficient blow to the back of a skull. The probe stopped. The probe stayed there a long second. Then the probe began to push at the door past the troll. The probe wanted what was past the troll. The probe knew, by now, that there was something past the troll. The probe was a Slytherin probe, and a Slytherin probe would not be turned away by curated rooms. Harry let the door past the troll open. He let Snape see the Temple of Athena. He let Snape see the columns coming down. He let Snape see Ares on the cobbles. He let Snape see the blades of chaos in 2 raised hands burning. He let Snape see the boy in the cairn at the foot of the mountain. He let Snape see the woman with the calluses on her palm. He let Snape see Mimir's head on a hook on the side of a tree. He let Snape see all of it, in 3 seconds, the way a man saw a city when his city was being put to the torch. Snape staggered. The man's hands came off the desk. The man's right hand caught the back of his chair. The man's left hand went to his mouth. The man did not scream. Snape was not a screamer. Snape had been taught, in his small thin body, never to scream. How, Snape said. The voice was a low rasp. Stop looking. How, fascinating, Potter. Stop. Snape did not stop. The probe was there. The probe had stuck. The probe was not coming out. The probe was, in Snape's head, the part of him that had spent 3 decades looking at horror and had become unable to look away from any new horror it found. Snape was a connoisseur of horrors. The horror in Harry's head was new. Snape, for the first time in his career, could not look away. Harry stood up. He set his hand on the desk. He set his other hand on the back of his neck, a Spartan habit, the one he had used 1,000 times to center the body, and he did the thing inside his head he had been practicing since the welcome feast. He closed the door. The probe came out. It did not come out the way it had come out the first time. It did not flee. It was pulled out, the way a hand was pulled out of a slot when the wrist had decided. Snape grunted. Snape sat down on his chair. Snape, on his chair, did not look at Harry for a long 10 seconds. Then Snape said, "Boy. Stop." The word landed strangely in the dungeon. Harry looked at him. He had not expected, of all the words in any language, that one. Snape did not know the word. Snape did not, in saying the word, mean what Kratos had meant when he had said it to Atreus on the mountain in Midgard. Snape meant only the English word. The English word was enough. The English word, in that voice, was the closest thing Severus Snape had to a request. "Yes," Harry said. He sat down. Snape, after a very long moment, said, "I have made a study of the dark, Potter. I have made a study, in particular, of certain very old branches of the dark. There is no branch of the dark I have read on which I have seen, what I have just seen. No. You are 11. In this body." Snape's small mouth did the smallest thing. The thing was almost a wince. The thing was almost a laugh. The thing was the thing the man's mouth did when the man had been told a thing he would have to spend the next year processing. "Get out, Potter." "Yes." "And Potter." "Yes." I will not, in future, look." "No." Harry stood up. He went to the door. At the door, he paused. He turned. He looked back at Snape, on his chair, the long body folded into itself. "You loved her," Harry said. Snape did not answer. "I am not her son the way you have grieved him. I am what is left of her. You may, if you like, do what is left of her any small kindness you can stand. It does not have to be visible." Snape did not answer. Harry left. The door of the dungeon shut behind him. Hermione, in the corridor, was waiting. Her brown eyes did the careful thing they did. She did not ask. He did not say. They walked together back up the stairs to the great hall. That afternoon, in the corridor outside Charms, Snape walked past Harry without speaking. Snape did not give Harry his usual look. Snape gave Harry, instead, the smallest possible nod. The nod a teacher gave a student he had decided to keep alive. Harry, walking the other way, returned the same nod. Hermione, beside him, did not see it. Hermione, 50 years from now, would still not know it had happened. The thing between Harry and Snape was a thing for the two of them. It would stay so. Christmas, the dormitory empty. Most of the boys had gone home. Ron had stayed because his parents had gone to visit Charlie in Romania. Hermione had gone home. Harry had gone home in the sense that the castle was, by then, more home than Privet Drive had been. He had not left the school. On Christmas morning, there had been a parcel at the foot of his bed. The parcel had been wrapped in brown paper. The handwriting on the front had been thin and old. The note inside had said, in 2 lines, "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." The parcel had contained a cloak. The cloak had been silver and water-light, the way a thing was when it had been made of a substance that was not the substance one looked at. He had lifted the cloak. He had put it over his shoulders. He had looked down at his body. His body had not been there. He had stood a long second in the empty dormitory under the cloak. In his other life, he had carried a cloak. He had not worn it as this cloak was worn. The other cloak had been a soldier's cloak, wool, plain, the color of dried blood. He had hung it on a peg in a baroque room 1,000 years dead. The cloak in his hand now was older. The cloak in his hand now was, he understood at once, a hallow. He did not know the word, in this life, yet. He guessed it. He filed it. He put the cloak back into the brown paper. He set it under his pillow. He did not wear it again that day. He went down to breakfast in his school robes. But that night, late, after Ron had gone to sleep with his mouth open, Harry took the cloak out, and he put it on, and he went out of the tower. He went down through the castle. He went down through the corridors he had run for 2 months. He went down into the parts of the castle he had not yet had cause to enter. The cloak hid him. The cloak made of him a small moving warmth in the dark, and the corridors did not see him, and the portraits did not call out as he went past, and the slow tick of the moving stairs did not pause for him. He went into a long disused room. The room had not been a classroom in a long time. The desks had been pushed against the wall. The chairs were upended. There was nothing in the room except a single tall mirror, leaning against the far wall, with an inscription cut into the upper edge of the frame in letters that had been written backwards. He read the letters. He stepped in front of the mirror. He looked. He saw nothing. He saw himself, in the cloak, with the cloak's hood thrown back, the green eyes watching themselves. That was all. The mirror showed the boy in the cloak. The mirror did not show what the mirror was supposed to show. The mirror, he had read about this mirror an hour ago in a footnote of one of Hermione's borrowed books, and he had come down here on the strength of the footnote, was the mirror of Erist. The mirror was the mirror that showed a man what his heart desired. The mirror, on him, showed nothing. He understood. He had not, in fact, expected the mirror to work. He had brought himself down here to be sure. He had been sure for a long time. The boy was dead. Faye was dead. The mountain was a thing in another world. The Greek world had been put to the torch by his own hand. There was no past life he wished to return to. There was no future life the mirror could have offered him that he had not already, in his own flesh, decided to refuse. The mirror could not show him a desire because he had set his desires down, all of them, and had picked up only one new one, and the new one was not yet a thing the mirror could read. He stood there. Then the mirror, with no warning, changed. He did not move. He had set his weight at the angle a man set his weight when a thing in front of him had begun to do something he had not asked for. He watched. The boy in the mirror was no longer alone. The boy in the mirror had 3 people standing behind him. A boy with red hair. A girl with bushy brown hair. A round-faced boy with wet patient eyes. They were not standing as if they had been added to the picture. They were standing as if they had always been there, and the boy in the front had only now taken half a step aside to show them. The girl had her hand on the boy's shoulder. The red-haired boy had set a hand on her shoulder. The round-faced boy stood a half-step behind them. They were not smiling. They were looking, all 4 of them, out of the mirror at Harry. They were waiting for him to come back. Harry stood in front of the mirror a long minute. He did not weep. He had wept already. He had wept on the mountain in Midgard. He did not weep here. He inclined his head, the smallest gesture, the one he had used for Hagrid, for Ollivander, for McGonagall, for Snape. The 4 people in the mirror inclined theirs. The girl in the mirror inclined hers slowest. He turned away from the mirror. He left the room. He walked back up through the castle. He went to bed. He slept 4 hours, deeply. In the morning he went to breakfast, and ate, and did not tell Ron about the cloak, and did not tell Ron about the mirror, and did not tell Hermione about either when she came back from Christmas in January. He let them know, in the way he let people know things, that he had read what he had needed to read, and that he was now ready for the next part of the year. The next part of the year was Quirrell. The thing in the turban had decided, by February, that it would move at the end of spring. The thing knew, by March, that there was something on the 3rd floor it wanted. By April, it had begun to ask the staff certain questions, careful, deflected questions, the questions of a man pretending to be writing an article for a journal, about the precise nature of the protections that had been placed on a corridor that no first year was allowed to enter. Harry had been watching. Harry had been training. Harry had been training Ron in the chess lounge of the common room. Ron had been the chess player of the family before Hogwarts, and Ron at chess was not the boy Ron usually was. At a chessboard, Ron's brain took on a different shape, slow, patient, deep, capable of sitting with an unplanned future for many minutes at a time before committing. Harry had watched this Ron 3 nights a week and had begun to draft his battle plans around him. He had been training Hermione in the library. The library trained itself. He had set her, in November, to the long task of reading the protective magic of Hogwarts. By February she had read it. By March she had outlined it. By the start of April she had opinions on it, opinions that disagreed, in 3 places, with the textbook. The opinions were correct. He let her hold them. The opinions were her sword. He was beginning to teach her to swing it. He had been training himself in the empty room on the 7th floor he had found in February. The room obliged him. The room produced, when he asked, dummies. The room produced sandbags. The room produced, on one memorable evening, an oak post the size of a man, on which he had practiced the hard strikes, the strikes a god-killer used and a wand-wielder did not, until the post was kindling on the floor. The room cleaned up after him. The room asked no questions. The room had been, he understood, made by a magician whose work he respected. He treated the room with the courtesy he would have given Brock or Sindri. The room treated him in kind. By the 2nd week of May, the thing in the turban moved. It moved on the night of the troll trap on the 3rd floor. Quirrell had been seen, by Hagrid, leaving his rooms at 11. Hagrid had told Dumbledore. Dumbledore had been called away, by an owl from the Ministry, an owl Dumbledore had not, that night, had reason to believe was a fake. Snape had been left at the school. Snape had been called away to the 3rd floor by a fake fire alarm in the trophy room. The corridor was unguarded. The trapdoor was unguarded. The thing in the turban was on the 3rd floor, and the thing in the turban was, by midnight, halfway down through the protections. Harry had read the night. He had stopped Hermione in the common room at 11:30. Tonight, he had said. She had understood at once. She had gone for her cloak. Ron, at the chess board in the corner, had stood up without being asked. The chess board, which had been a half-played game between Ron and Seamus, had been left on the table. The game had been winning for Ron. Harry filed the position. Ron filed the position too, but more slowly. They had gone out of the tower under the cloak. The cloak had covered 3 of them, just, with care. They had gone down through the castle to the 3rd floor corridor. The door was already unlocked. Filch was nowhere. The dog inside the door, Fluffy, 3-headed, 20 feet at the shoulder, was already asleep. Music was playing. Music had been playing for an hour. The thing in the turban had thought of the music itself. So had Harry. Harry, in his other life, had been past a 3-headed dog before, and the dog past which he had not been the kind of thing a flute could put under. He had filed the dog at the start of the year. He had read, in March, in one of Hermione's footnotes, that this dog was a gentler creature than the dog of Hades. He had been correct. The flute had done what the flute was supposed to do. They had gone down through the trapdoor. They had landed in the devil's snare. Hermione had got them out of the devil's snare with a fire she had read about in October and had practiced in February. Ron had stood very still while she worked, the way Harry had taught him to stand very still when other people were doing the work that was theirs to do. They had moved through the keys. Harry had taken the broom and had taken the key and had been off the floor for 30 seconds, and the keys had not been able to follow him because he had moved at the speed of something the keys had not been written to fight. They had unlocked the door. They had come into the chess room. The pieces had been set. Black at the far end, white at the near. The white pieces had been waiting for them. "I'll be the knight," Ron had said. "No," Harry had said. Ron had looked at him. "You will be the king," Harry had said. "Harry, the king doesn't, you will be the king. You will sit at the back. You will read the board. You will move us. You are better at this than I am. You are better at this than she is. Tonight you are the general. We move when you say." Ron had stared at him. "I have read," Harry had said, "what the chess does at the end. The board lets the king live. It takes the knight. I will not put you on the knight square. I will not let the board take you. You are not a sacrifice. You are a strategist. Use the strategist." He had looked at Hermione. "Bishop," he had said. She had nodded. "Knight," he had said, of himself. "Harry," Hermione had said. "It will not take me. I will move the way the board does not expect. The board is written for wizards. The board does not know what I am." Ron had looked at the board. Ron's brown freckled face had gone still. The slow patient deep brain Ron had come up out of the boy. Ron had taken his seat on the king's square. Ron had set his hands on his knees. "All right," Ron had said. "Pawn to e4. The chess game had gone on for 43 minutes. Ron's play had been beautiful. He had read the board at the third move and had revised at the seventh, and by the 20th move the board had been forced into a position the board had not, evidently, been written to handle. Hermione, on the bishop's square, had moved when Ron had said and had stood very still when he had not. Harry, on the knight's square, had moved as Ron had asked, and had moved twice as Ron had not asked, and the second time he had moved off the board entirely, over the edge of the squares onto the floor of the chamber, and he had taken the white queen down from behind. The board had not understood the move. The board had paused. The board had decided, on a long reading of its own rules, that the move was technically legal because the move had not been against any rule the board had been written to enforce. The board had let the move stand. After that, the rest had been Ron's. At the 43rd minute, Ron had said, "Checkmate," and the black king had set its sword down on the floor of the chamber, and the door at the far end had opened, and the three of them had walked through, and not one of them had been taken. The next room was Snape's potions. Hermione solved them in 7 minutes. The room let them through. The room past the potions room was the room with the mirror. Harry had told them, in the chess chamber, what he meant to do. He had told them, also, what they were to do. He had told Ron to take Hermione back, by the way they had come, and to bring teachers, and to make sure the staff understood that the third-floor corridor was open. He had told Hermione to keep Ron on the path. He had told them to go. They had not wanted to. He had said, very quietly, "Boy." Ron had blinked. Ron had not understood why the word had landed on him too. Ron had not refused. Hermione had taken Ron's elbow. They had gone. Harry had walked through the door alone. The mirror room was lit by a single torch. Quirrell stood in front of the mirror. The turban was on the floor. The face on the back of the man's head was the face of a serpent and a man's face cross-grafted, the eyes red, the nostrils slits. The face on the front of the man's head was Quirrell's own face, bone white, the mouth open, breathing fast. The body between them was barely standing. Voldemort spoke. The voice was not from the mouth at the front. The voice was from the face at the back. "Harry Potter." "Yes. Come where I can see you." Harry walked into the room. He stopped 2 paces from the mirror. He did not look at the mirror. He had no business with the mirror tonight. He had come for the man in front of it. "You have arrived earlier than I expected, Harry Potter. I would have liked another quarter of an hour. You will not get it. No. No. You are 11. In this body." The eyes at the back of the man's head went very still. "What did you say?" Harry did not repeat himself. The eyes at the back narrowed. Voldemort's voice, in its sibilant register, said, "Show him the mirror, Quirrell. Show the boy what his heart desires. I would like to see what a Potter desires." Quirrell stepped aside. Harry looked into the mirror. The mirror showed him, again, the four people. The boy in red hair. The girl in bushy brown. The round-faced boy. Himself. They were standing as they had stood at Christmas, the girl's hand on his shoulder, the red-haired boy's hand on hers. They were watching him, all four of them, out of the glass. They were not in the mirror to be desired. They were in the mirror because the mirror could not, on him, show desire, and was, instead, showing him what the mirror showed when it had nothing else to give. The mirror was showing him the people he intended to keep alive. He did not move. In the boy in the mirror's hand, there was a stone. The stone was the size of a small egg. The stone was red. The stone caught the torchlight. The stone, Harry understood, on the instant, had been put into the hand of the boy in the mirror because the mirror had read him. The mirror had read that what he wanted, tonight, was for the stone to be in his hand and not in the wraith's. The mirror had done him the small courtesy of giving him the stone. He did not move. He did not reach. He did not blink. He let, very lightly, the small Spartan thought come up at the back of his throat, the thought he had been holding all year for this moment: I want it. I want it. I want it. In his pocket, against his thigh, the stone arrived. He did not look down. He did not check. He knew. The cloth of his trousers had shifted with a small new weight. The stone pressed, warm, against his skin. "Boy," Voldemort said. The voice was sharper. "What do you see?" "My family." "Liar." "No." "Give me the stone." "No." The man with the turbanless head took a step forward. Quirrell's body stumbled. Voldemort's wraith, on the back of the head, snarled. Quirrell pulled himself upright. Quirrell's hands were shaking. Quirrell raised his wand. "Kill him, Quirrell." Quirrell pointed the wand. Quirrell screamed the words. The green light came. Harry did not move out of the way. The green light hit him in the chest. The light passed through him, the way a hand of water passed through the flame of a candle. The light did not, in his body, find anything it could hurt. He had been killed by a god, in his other life, and had walked back. He had been killed twice. He had stood, in his second body now for 11 years, with the death of his first body inside him and around him, and the small green killing curse of an English wizard who had cobbled himself together out of the body of a stuttering teacher could not, on the man inside him, gain purchase. The light went through. The light hit the wall. The wall held. The light went out. Quirrell stared. Voldemort, from the back of the head, said, "What?" Harry walked across the room. He did not run. He walked. The Spartan walk. He stopped a pace from Quirrell. He looked at Quirrell's face. He looked at the face at the back. He looked into the red eyes. "I have been killed by a god," Harry said. The red eyes went very still. "You are not a god." He set his hand on Quirrell's face. The man's face went up in steam at his palm. Quirrell screamed. The body fell back. The body's skin, where Harry's hand had been, was black. The skin of the body was, the next second, also black where Harry had not been touching, because the wraith on the back of the head was burning the body to keep itself from being burned by the boy. Voldemort tried the killing curse a second time. The curse caught nothing. Harry walked through it. He set both his hands, this time, on Quirrell's face. The body cooked. The wraith screamed. The wraith was peeling out of the back of the head, in a long trailing thread of darker dark, and the wraith was thin and smelling of old ash, and the wraith wanted out. Harry did not let the wraith out. Harry held the body's face. Then he said one word. Quietly. In a voice no one else, in any of the upper floors of Hogwarts, would have been able to hear. Boy. Open your eyes. The Greek word came out with the English. The Greek word was older than the English. The Greek word was the word a father said to a son when the son had been given a thing the son had not yet earned. The word was a kindness. The word was, at the end of every road he had walked, his discipline. Voldemort's wraith, hearing the word, recoiled. The word was not for the wraith. The word knew the wraith was not the boy. The word did not miss. The word filled the room. The word touched everything in the room. The word burned the wraith the way the cold of Midgard had burned the troll on the high pass. The wraith broke off the body. The wraith fled. The wraith went out of the room, through the door, up through the third-floor corridor, through the door of the third-floor corridor. The wraith was a thin black thread in the air. The wraith was screaming. Harry let go of Quirrell's face. The body slid down the wall to the floor. The body had been dead for, he estimated, 3 seconds. He set the body down. He did not look at the body again. He walked to the mirror. He looked into the mirror. The 4 people in the mirror inclined their heads. He stood there a moment. Then he went to his knees, very slowly, the way a man went to his knees when his body had finally been allowed to register a thing that had been a long time coming. He put his hand into his pocket. He took out the stone. The stone was warm. The stone was red. The stone was, for one breath, very heavy. The stone was, for the next breath, light. He set the stone on the floor beside him. Footsteps in the corridor. Dumbledore came in. The old man stopped 2 paces inside the door. The old man took in the room, the body, the boy on his knees, the stone on the floor, the mirror with the 4 people watching out of it. The old man did not move for a long second. The old man had been running. The old man's robes were dust to the shins. The old man's blue eyes did the slow shift the eyes did when the old man had to choose what kind of man he was going to be in the next minute. The old man chose. He came across the room. He went to one knee, on the stone, beside Harry. He picked up the stone. He held it a second. He put it in his pocket. Then he set his hand, lightly, on Harry's shoulder. The hand had not lost the kindness. The hand had also found the gravity it had been missing in November. "My boy," Dumbledore said. "Harry, eyes closed, I am not your boy." The old man did not answer at once. The old man's hand stayed where it was. After a long minute, the old man said, "No. No. What are you, Harry?" Harry opened his eyes. He looked at the old man. He did not, in that moment, give the old man the answer the old man was asking for. The answer was for later. The answer was for a longer night, in a quieter room, with more tea and a deeper chair and an old man who had decided to listen all the way down to the last word. He gave, instead, the smaller answer. He gave the answer he could give from the floor with the body of a stuttering teacher cooling against the wall. "A boy," Harry said. "Same as any boy. With more inside." The old man looked at him. The old man's mouth did the small old thing it did. The old man inclined his head, the smallest gesture, the gesture a king gave another king when the kings had decided not to fight. "Boy," the old man said. "Yes." The old man stood up. The old man helped him stand. They went out of the mirror room together. Far up the corridor, the wraith of Voldemort was still going. The wraith would keep going. The wraith would not return for a long time. The wraith had, tonight, met something it had not been expecting, and the wraith was a coward, and the wraith would think a long time before it tried the same gambit twice. Behind them, in the abandoned classroom, the 4 people in the mirror lowered their heads. The mirror went dark. The mirror went, by the end of the next month, empty. The mirror would never show another person their heart's desire again. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, Years 2 and 3. The summer between first and second year was the longest summer Harry had spent at Privet Drive. He had returned to the Dursleys on the 1st of July. The cupboard had been repapered. Petunia had moved the small bed up to Dudley's second bedroom. Vernon had not spoken to him at the station and had not spoken to him for the first 7 days of the summer. The 7 days had been bearable. The 7 days had been quiet. He had read. On the 8th day, the house elf came. Harry had been alone in the small bedroom. The window had been open. The house elf had landed on the bed beside him with the soft pop of a small body that had moved through magic, and the house elf had wrung his hands, and the house elf's eyes, large, lamp-like, the eyes of a thing that had been kicked all its life, had filled with tears at the sight of him. Harry had read the eyes. He had been a slave once. He had been one for a long time. The Spartan had been the slave of a god. He had escaped and had killed the god. He knew, on sight, the way a slave's eyes moved. The eyes of the small creature on his bed were the eyes of a slave who had been beaten so often that the slave had begun to beat himself before the master could. Sit, Harry had said. The house elf had sat. The house elf had sat on the very corner of the bed with the back hunched and the hands folded in the lap. The house elf had begun to speak. The house elf had begun, at once, to apologize. Harry had cut him off. Name. D. Dobby, sir. Master. M. Malfoy, sir. Lucius Malfoy. The great wizard. Reason. Dobby had looked up. The small face had cracked. The small mouth had begun to tell, very fast, in run-on sentences, the story Dobby had come to tell. Dobby had come to warn Harry not to go back to Hogwarts. Dobby had stolen Harry's letters. Dobby had come, secretly, against his master's will, because his master was planning a thing and the thing was very dangerous, sir, and Harry Potter must not, Harry had set his hand on Dobby's small head. Dobby had stopped. Listen, Harry had said. Dobby had listened. You cannot save me by stealing my letters. The thing your master plans will happen whether I go to Hogwarts or not. The students at Hogwarts will be in less danger if I am there. I will go. You will not stop me. Sir, listen. Dobby had listened. You are not a thing, Harry had said. You are not a tool. You are a person. The bruises on your hands are not your fault. They are a wrong that has been done to you. The wrong is not yours to undo. The wrong is your master's. Do you understand? Dobby had stared at him. I have to, sir, the rules were written by the men who wrote the rules. The men who wrote the rules wrote them for themselves. The rules are not the world. They are a story the men told. The story can be changed. I will help change it. Not today. Today I will tell you only this, when you are next told to do a wrong thing, you will hesitate. Just for a second. The hesitation is mine. The hesitation is not punishable. The hesitation is the door. Dobby had been crying. Dobby had stopped crying. Yes, sir, Dobby had said. Go. Dobby had gone. Harry had sat on the bed. He had thought of the boy in the snow. He had thought of Atrus's first lesson on the mountain, that mercy was the harder cut. He had not, in his other life, had a chance to teach Atrus the lesson about slaves. Atrus had not lived long enough. Hermione would. Ron would. Neville would. He filed Dobby. He would come back for him. He had gone back to Hogwarts in September. Second year. The basilisk in the chamber was not a thing he had not faced before. The basilisk in the chamber was not, even, the largest serpent in the world he had been born into the second time, but the basilisk was the largest in the school, and the school was the small country he had committed to defending. He defended. The petrifications had begun in October. The mud-blood graffiti had been in November. In the long Polyjuice month, the three of them had brewed in the second-floor bathroom in Myrtle's haunt, Hermione's plan, with Hermione's careful inventory of stages, the way Hermione planned anything she meant to keep dry. Harry had not, in the end, taken the dose. He had stood at the door with the cloak in his pocket, and he had let Hermione and Ron go in as the wardrobes Crabbe and Goyle, and he had walked the corridor of Slytherin behind them under the cloak. He had read Malfoy's small face in the common room while the boy bragged, and had filed the bragging, and had walked them all back out again. The boy had said, in the green dim of the common room, that he wished the heir would finish the work. Harry had filed that too. He had not broken anything that night. The boy had a father who would soon enough have his teaching done by other hands. The Lockhart business he had ended in February. The man had cornered him in a corridor with a quill and a request for a photograph, and Harry had taken the quill out of the man's hand and had set it on the man's lectern, and had said, very quietly, the 4 words that he had been saving for the man since September: "Stop lying. Resign. Now." The man had laughed. The man had laughed only the once. By March the man had taken indefinite leave on grounds of his nerves. The school had been quieter after. Hermione had been petrified in March. He had stood by her bed in the hospital wing at midnight, with the cloak over his shoulders, and he had set his hand on her cold forehead, and he had said, very quietly, in a voice the matron would not hear from her office, "Boy." She had not, of course, answered. She would, when she could. He had filed it. Ron's sister, Ginny, had been taken into the chamber on the 11th of May. Harry had read the chamber by then. Hermione, in the petrified state, had been clutching a torn page from a library book. The torn page had been about basilisks. Hermione had got it for him, before the petrification, with the last of her conscious time. Atrus, before the cairn, had given him a piece of paper too. The pattern of the gift was the same. He had filed the gift the way he had filed the cairn. He had gone into the chamber with Ron. He had told Ron, at the entrance, what to do. Stand at the wall. Bring teachers if I do not return in 1 hour. Do not enter. Harry, boy. Ron had stood at the wall. Harry had gone down. He had gone down through the slick of stone and the broken bones of small animals and the long tunnels that Slytherin had carved 1,000 years before. He had come into the chamber. He had read the chamber on entry. The chamber was Greek in its bones. The chamber had been built by a man who had read a Greek text and had translated the Greek into stone, and Harry had read the Greek out of the stone the way he had read it out of his cradle. He had walked the chamber to the far end. He had found the girl on the floor at the foot of the great stone face of Salazar Slytherin. He had found the diary beside her. He had found the boy from the diary standing over her, the half-formed boy, the memory that had been bleeding the small girl dry to make itself flesh. The half-boy had been smiling. Harry Potter. Yes. You are alone. Yes. You will weep over your dead mudblood, Potter. As you will weep over this one. The half-boy had set his hand on the head of the unconscious girl. Harry had not answered. He had not raised his wand. He had not, in the chamber, had it on him at all. He had left it with Ron in the upper corridor, because the wand was not the tool for what was coming. He had walked past the half-boy. He had walked to the great stone face. He had looked up. He had said, very quietly, in Greek, "Boy. Open your eyes." The basilisk had come. It had come out of the mouth of the great stone face like the world's longest tongue. It had been 60 feet of green muscle. Its eyes had been the color of poison. Its fangs had been each as long as Harry's forearm. Harry had not looked at it. He had looked at the floor of the chamber. He had walked, with his eyes lowered, to the eastern wall. He had picked up, from the rubble at the wall, a long curved thong of bone, a basilisk's old shed fawn, on the floor where the basilisk had shed it 100 years ago. He had walked back across the chamber. He had moved at the speed of something the basilisk had not been written to fight. He had passed under its first strike. He had got behind its head. He had climbed onto the back of its neck. He had read the muscle of its neck under his thighs, and the head of the basilisk had arched in confusion, and Harry had set the bone fang against the soft scaling at the base of the skull, and he had driven the fang down. The basilisk had died. He had got off the body. He had walked back to the half-boy. The half-boy had not moved. The half-boy had been watching the fight with the slow surprise of a creature that had not been programmed for surprise. That is not possible, Potter. It is. How? You are a fragment of a man. The man you are a fragment of has not yet learned what I am. You will not learn. You will die before you learn. Sit down. The half-boy had sat down. Harry had picked up the diary from the floor. He had picked up the fawn. He had set the diary on the floor. He had driven the fawn through the diary. The half-boy had screamed. I am not sorry, Harry had said, to the half-boy, while the boy died. Be better. The half-boy had not been able to be better. The half-boy had not had time. The half-boy had gone out the way a candle went out in a draught. The diary had bled black across the floor of the chamber. He had picked up Ginny. He had carried her up out of the chamber. He had brought her back to the corridor where Ron was. Ron had not asked. Ron had taken his sister. They had gone up to the hospital wing. The matron had not asked. Dumbledore, in the corner of the wing, had also not asked, and had inclined his head, the smallest gesture, the second time the old man had given it to him, and Harry had returned the same nod, and that had been the end of the second year's reckoning. Hermione had woken 3 days later. He had been at her bed when she had woken. He had set a mug of tea in her hand. She had blinked at him. She had blinked at the tea. She had taken the tea in both hands. She had looked at him a long second. You went into the chamber without me. Yes. You should not have. No. You were in a bed. You could not. I could have helped you. You did. The page in your hand. I read it. She had looked down at her hands. Next time, she had said, wake me. Yes. She had drunk the tea. He had stayed at her bed for the rest of the morning. The matron had not asked him to leave. The matron had, that day, also not asked him for a great deal of things. The summer between second and third year, he had stayed at the Burrow for the last 3 weeks of August. The Burrow had been the first home he had been in this life, that had been a home. The kitchen had been full of Mrs. Weasley. The yard had been full of Mr. Weasley's small electrical experiments. The garden had been full of gnomes. The boys, Bill and Charlie home from work, Percy gone too straight for any of them, the twins running everything that did not move and most things that did, Ron with his sister back at last, had been a kind of warmth he had not been in for a long time. He had not, the first week, known how to be in a warmth. He had stood in the kitchen on the 4th evening, watching Mrs. Weasley turn a sausage in a pan with a wand instead of a spatula, and the small Spartan inside him had not known what to do with his hands. He had set them in his pockets. He had set them at his sides. He had taken the dish towel off the hook and had dried plates. The dish towel had been a thing his hands could do. The dish towel had been, for an hour, the thing that had let the warmth in. Mrs. Weasley had read him on the 5th evening. She had set him on a stool at the kitchen table. She had put a plate of biscuits in front of him. She had said, "Eat, dear." "Yes, ma'am." "Don't ma'am me." "Molly." "Yes, Molly." She had patted his cheek. She had gone back to the stove. She had not, the rest of the evening, looked at him in any particular way. She had let the kitchen be the kitchen. She had let him sit on the stool. She had let the warmth be warm. He had cried, that night, in the small attic room they had given him, very briefly, into a pillow. He had not, in this life, cried before. He had not, in his last life, cried since the cairn. He had cried for 10 minutes. He had, after the 10 minutes, slept. In the morning he had gone down. Molly had set a plate of eggs in front of him. He had eaten the eggs. He had said, "Thank you." She had patted his cheek again. She had said nothing. Mr. Weasley, at the head of the table, had read his wife and had read the boy and had decided to ask only about toaster ovens. The conversation had lasted 30 minutes. By the end of it, Harry had explained, in Spartan economy, what a toaster oven was. Mr. Weasley had been delighted. The kitchen had moved on. He had filed the borough. He would come back. 3rd year. Sirius Black had escaped from Azkaban on the 2nd of August. The Dementors of Azkaban had been brought to Hogwarts to guard the perimeter. The Dementors were not a thing Harry had read about before. He had read, in the train coming up to school in September, what the Dementors were. He had been ready for them. He had been wrong about being ready. The first Dementor he had met had come into the train compartment in the search of Sirius. The Dementor had filled the door with cold and with the smell of wet stone. The other students in the compartment, Ron, Hermione, Neville, a tired-looking man in shabby robes named Lupin who Harry had read on entry as the new defense professor, had reacted the way children reacted to Dementors. Hermione had gone white. Ron had begun to shake. Neville had folded into himself. Harry had looked at the Dementor. The Dementor had hovered in the door a long second. The Dementor had, very slowly, reached into the compartment. Then the Dementor had paused. Harry had read the pause. The Dementor was not afraid of him in the way a man was afraid. The Dementor was confused. The Dementor, Harry had read in the train book, fed on fear. Fear was the food. Without fear, the Dementor was a hand reaching into an empty plate. The Dementor had reached into Harry. The Dementor had not found a plate. The Dementor had found, instead, a long inventory of horrors that the Dementor had never seen, that the Dementor could not catalogue, that the Dementor could not eat. The Dementor had no precedent for what it was reading. The Dementor had read the slaughter of Olympus. The Dementor had read the cairn at the foot of Midgard. The Dementor had read the blades of chaos lifting in 2 hands burning. The Dementor had read all of it, in a second, the way a man read a city when his city was being put to the torch. The Dementor recoiled. Lupin, in his shabby robes, had stood up at the last possible second, raising his wand, and had said the word for the Patronus, and the Patronus had come, and it had been a small silver wisp, the start of an animal, and the Dementor had drifted out of the compartment under it. Lupin had sat down. Lupin's hands had been shaking. Harry had looked at Lupin. Lupin had looked at Harry. Lupin had said, very quietly, "Did the Dementor affect you, Harry?" Harry had thought before answering. "It read me." "Read you?" "Yes." "And then it left." Lupin had blinked. Lupin's tired eyes had moved across him. Lupin had been a friend of Harry's father, a long time ago, and Lupin had been a friend of Harry's mother, and Lupin had read more in him in the last 60 seconds than Lupin had been told in the previous 12 years. Lupin had looked at his hands. Lupin had said, "Harry, we will need to speak. Privately." Yes. The Patronus lessons had begun in November. Lupin had set up the lessons in an old classroom on the 3rd floor. Lupin had brought a boggart. Lupin had not, at first, told Harry what kind of boggart it was. Lupin had wanted to see what Harry's worst fear was. The boggart had come out of the trunk. The boggart had paused. The boggart had not been able to find what to be. The boggart had gone, in turn, through 3 forms, a Dementor, a hooded man, a beast on 4 legs that Lupin had not recognized, and had finally, in a kind of small tired collapse, become a child. A small boy with brown hair. The boy had stood in the middle of the room. The boy had not spoken. The boy had only watched Harry with the eyes of a son who had been buried in a cairn at the foot of a mountain in a world that did not exist on any map of this one. Harry had looked at the boy a long minute. He had said, very quietly, ridiculous. The boggart had gone. The trunk had clicked shut. Lupin had stood very still on the other side of the room. Lupin had said, careful, gentle, with the careful gentleness of a man who had been raised by a woman and had been a wizard for 30 years and had never seen what he had just seen, Harry. Who was that boy? My son. Lupin had set down his wand. Lupin had sat on a desk. Harry. You are 13. In this body. Lupin had stared at him. Lupin had not, in the next minute, asked the next question. The next question was, in what body had Harry had a son? Lupin had decided, the way Snape had decided, the way McGonagall had decided, that the question was for later. Later, in the case of Lupin, was 3 months later, in the same classroom, after the third Patronus lesson, when Lupin had brought tea instead of the boggart and had set the tea in front of Harry and had said, tell me as much as you can stand. Harry had told him. He had not told him all of it. He had told him as much as he could stand. He had told him about the Spartan campaigns. He had told him about Olympus. He had told him about the long northward walk. He had told him about the boy in the cairn. He had told him about Faye. He had told him about Mimir's head. He had told him about the moment, on the mountain, when he had laid his palm against the cairn stone and had spoken the boy's name and had read the wind change, and had known the work of his old life was done. Lupin had sat in the chair across from him. Lupin had not interrupted. Lupin had not, when it was over, spoken for a long time. Then Lupin had said, the Patronus, Harry. Try. Harry had stood up. He had raised the holly wand. He had thought of the river. He had thought of Atrus laughing at the small fish jumping. He had thought of Faye's voice, he will be ready, Kratos. You have to let him. Expecto Patronum. The Patronus had come. It had come out of the wand the way light came out of a doorway when the door had been thrown open. It had been a wolf. It had been a massive wolf, the size of a horse, white, the head of a thing that had been worshipped as a god in a country older than England, the eyes of it small and yellow and very kind. The wolf had walked across the classroom. The wolf had set its long head against Harry's chest. The wolf had looked up at him with an expression that did not belong on a wolf's face. The expression had been a son's. Harry had set his hand on the wolf's head. Boy, he had said. The wolf had pressed its head against his hand once, the way a son did, and the wolf had walked back across the room, and the wolf had stood watching him, and the wolf had not, in any of Lupin's 3 decades of teaching, behaved like any Patronus he had ever seen. Lupin had not spoken for a long time. Atrus, Lupin had said at last. Yes. He is in your Patronus. Yes. Lupin had wiped his face with the back of his hand. Lupin had not, in the moment, been able to speak. Lupin had nodded. The wolf had stayed in the classroom another minute. Then the wolf had vanished. Harry had set the wand down. He had set his hand on Lupin's shoulder. He had said, "You loved my mother." Lupin had looked at him. Yes. You will not lose me. You did not lose her. She is in me. I am in him. He had nodded at the place the wolf had been. We carry each other. The dead are not lost. They are carried. Lupin had not spoken. Lupin had sat in the chair a long time. Harry had left him there. Sirius came in May. Sirius had got into the school in the form of a black dog. Sirius had taken Ron's leg, in his teeth, in the shrieking shack, and had dragged Ron under a tree and through a tunnel and into a small filthy room above an abandoned cottage. The dog had been Sirius. Sirius had been an animagus. Sirius had not been the betrayer of the Potters. Wormtail had been. Wormtail had been, for 12 years, hiding in the form of the Weasley family rat. Ron, in the shack, had been holding Wormtail in a fist when Lupin and Sirius had reverted him. The little rat-faced man had begged for his life on his knees on the floor of the shack. Sirius had wanted to kill him. Lupin had wanted to kill him. The two grown men had stood with their wands raised over the little man, and the little man had been weeping, and the little man had been a coward. Harry had said, no. The two men had looked at him. He is more useful alive, Harry had said. He will be taken to the castle. He will be tried. He will go to Azkaban. He will, in the meantime, betray his master at the time his master most needs him. The kill is not yours tonight. Save it. There will be a kill for you both later. There will be more than one. Be patient. Sirius had stared at him. Harry, Sirius had said, you are 13. In this body. Sirius had looked at Lupin. Lupin had looked at Sirius. Lupin had said, Padfoot. He has read the night. Listen. Sirius had lowered his wand. The men had bound Wormtail. They had taken him back to the castle. The castle had taken him in. The ministry had been called. The ministry, in its slow English way, had gummed the matter up for 2 months, but the prisoner had been a real prisoner, and the trial had eventually been a real trial, and Sirius Black had been cleared, and Wormtail had gone to Azkaban with a number on his back. The number had not held him. Wormtail had escaped, in the autumn of the next year, to find his master. Harry had known he would. Harry had let him. Sirius, after the trial, had taken Harry into a small upstairs room of number 12 Grimmauld Place, the dusty old house Sirius had inherited from a family he had spent his life trying to outrun, and had set both his hands on Harry's shoulders. You spared his life on purpose. Yes. He will lead Voldemort back to a body. Yes. Why? Because the war we are about to fight is the war we are about to fight whether we wish it or not. If we kill the rat tonight, we delay the war by a year. The year is not enough. The war comes anyway. By keeping the rat alive, I will know, when the war comes, where the rat is, and I will know who is at the center of it. The rat will betray himself. The rat will betray his master. The rat will, one day, choose to spare a life he does not need to spare. The rat will die for that mercy. The mercy will save another life. I have done this calculation before. I will do it again. The patient kill is the better kill. The mercy is the harder cut. Atrus taught me. Atrus learned it from his mother. I will not unlearn it now. Sirius had stared at him. Sirius had said, Harry. I do not know what to call you. Boy. Boy. It is enough. Sirius had laughed. The laugh had been a small wet laugh. Sirius had set his forehead against Harry's, briefly, and the forehead had been warm. The warmth had gone in. Harry had filed it. Dumbledore, that summer, in the second-floor office of number 12, had taken Harry aside. The old man had had a tin of biscuits. Harry. Yes. You spared the rat. Yes. Do you understand what you have set in motion? Yes. Tell me. Voldemort returns next year. The Triwizard Tournament. The Goblet of Fire. The third task. A graveyard. The rat. The blood. The flesh. The bone. He stands. The war begins. The old man had stared at him. Harry. Yes. You knew this in May. Yes. And you allowed the rat to live. Yes. Why did you not tell me? Because the war comes whether you know or not. Because if you knew, you would have moved earlier, and the early move would have shown your hand, and the hand once shown is no longer a weapon. I have been a general before, headmaster. I am being one now. I am sorry I have not consulted you on every move. I will consult you on the next. The old man had looked at him a long minute. The old man had taken a biscuit from the tin. The old man had broken it. The old man had given Harry half. They had sat in silence and had eaten the biscuit. The old man had said, at the end of the silence, Harry, when the time comes, I will need you to consult me. Yes, headmaster. I am not angry. I am very tired. You are eating my position from below the way a good general eats his own king's position when his king has been slow. Yes. Will you be the king, Harry? No. Will the girl? The old man had looked at him. Harry had looked back. Yes, Harry had said. Eventually. The old man had nodded slowly. The old man had not, then or later, asked the next question. The old man had decided that the next question was for later. Later, in the case of Albus Dumbledore, was a long way later. The old man had pushed the tin of biscuits across the table. The two of them had eaten in silence the rest of the way. In the days that followed, the old man set Harry to work in the small dueling room Sirius had not used in 12 years. The room had been a black family practice hall on the upper floor. The walls had been padded a long time ago and had since been chewed by mice. Sirius had cleaned the walls in an afternoon. Lupin had come up from the kitchen with 2 wands and a pot of tea. Dumbledore had come, in the evenings, with his half-moon spectacles and his blue robes, and the 4 of them had stood in the room and had begun, slowly, to teach each other. Harry had taught them what he could. He had taught Sirius to set his weight on the back foot. He had taught Lupin to read a corridor before stepping into it. He had taught Dumbledore, with the courtesy a man used when teaching a king, the small Spartan economy of stance, feet a half shoulder apart, weight even, the chin neither up nor down, the breath in for 4 and out for 4, the wrist held loose until the strike. The old man had taken the lessons without complaint. The old man had been, Harry had read on the second evening, 90 years older than he looked. The old man's joints knew. The old man had set himself to the work without comment, and by the end of the week he had been moving in the room with the small precise economy of a younger man whose body had remembered, after a long absence, the way a body had to live in a room where weapons were drawn. In return, the 3 older men had taught him English magic. They had taught him the Auror's wand cadences, the 4 counter curses, the 3 shields, the trick of the deflection at the wrist that turned a curse without absorbing it. Lupin had taught him the disarming hex with the slow patience of a man who had taught it to 100 students. Sirius had taught him a half-dozen old black family hexes the man had not used since school, the ones that did not, technically, exist in any current ministry list. Dumbledore had taught him 3 things only, and the 3 things were not in any book. Dumbledore had taught him, by the 3rd week, what the headmaster had been teaching no one for 50 years, and the 3rd of the 3 things had brought tears to the old man's eyes when he had finished demonstrating it. Harry had not asked why. He had filed the answer for the night the old man would tell him on his own. By the end of August, Harry had been dueling Dumbledore for 30 seconds at a time without breaking stance. Sirius, in the corner, had been watching with his mouth open. Lupin, at the door with the tea, had not been able, on the last morning, to set the cup down without slopping it. Albus, Lupin had said. I know, Remus. I know. Sirius had said, in the corner, how old are you, Harry? 3,000, give or take a century. The room had gone very quiet. Then Sirius had laughed. The laugh had been long and loud, and the laugh had been the laugh of a man who had been told a thing he had been waiting to be told for a long time, and the laugh had been honest. Lupin had, after a moment, joined the laugh. Dumbledore had, last, allowed his own mouth to do the small thing it did. Harry had inclined his head. The old men had inclined theirs back. The room had become, by the end of August, a kind of family. Hermione had stayed at the Burrow that summer. Ron had stayed with her. They had written. Hermione's letters had been 5 pages, with 3 more pages of footnotes. Ron's letters had been 1 page, with chess notation in the margins. Harry had read both. He had written back to both. The letters had been the small daily thing the war had not yet taken from him. That night, in the upstairs bedroom of number 12, with the dust on the picture frames and the moths in the curtains and Sirius's mother's portrait still screaming at intervals on the floor below, Harry had lain on his back on a single bed and had thought of the work in front of him. The work in front of him was the war. The war was, he understood now, the last campaign he would ever fight. He was not afraid of it. He had not been afraid of any campaign since he had finished the first one. He was not going into this one alone. He thought of the boy in red hair. The girl in bushy brown. The round-faced boy. The Patronus wolf with the face of his son. The old men around him, Sirius, Lupin, Dumbledore, who had decided, in ones and twos, to follow him into the dark, even though they had not yet admitted it to themselves. He was 13. He was, in the body, 14 by month's end. Boy. He closed his eyes. He slept. In the long hall of the dead, very far away, a small boy, 6, brown-haired, eyes like the river before a hard frost, looked up from a game of stones he had been playing on the floor of an old house. The boy listened. The boy heard the breathing of a man sleeping in another world. The boy laid the stones down. The boy went to the door of the house. The boy stood in the doorway. The boy listened a long time. Then the boy smiled. "I hear you, father." The boy went back to his stones. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, Year 4, The Blades Return. The Triwizard Tournament was a thing the school had not run in 100 years. The tournament was a thing that drew, in October, 2 foreign schools to Hogwarts, Beauxbatons in their pale blue carriages, Durmstrang on a black ship that had risen out of the lake at sunset like a thing rising out of the bottom of an old story. Harry watched them arrive. He stood with the other fourth years on the steps of the castle. He read the bodies of the foreign students. He read, in Durmstrang's row, the heavy boy at the front with the angled cheekbones and the wan grip of a man who had been trained, Victor Crumb, who at 17 had been told, all his life, that he was a warrior, and who would be neither pleased nor surprised to learn that someone in this school was older than he was in the part that counted. The goblet of fire was set in the center of the great hall on the eve of Halloween. The goblet did its work. The goblet selected a champion from each school. The goblet selected, also, a fourth name. The fourth name was Harry's. He did not protest. He stood up. He walked, with the small steady walk he had been walking for 4 years, to the high table. He took his place beside Cedric Diggory, who did not look at him with malice. Cedric was not the sort of boy who could put malice on his face if he tried, but who looked at him with the slow puzzled grief of a boy who had read, on the moment, that the year had become a more difficult year than he had been expecting. Cedric set his hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry did not flinch. "It's all right, Potter." "Yes." "Did you know?" "All right." That had been all. The 2 boys had walked out of the great hall together, behind the foreign champions, and the year had begun. The first task came in the last week of November. The dragons were under the stands. Harry had been to the dragons in Hagrid's company, 3 days before, and had read the 4 cages, the Welsh green, the Swedish shortsnout, the Chinese fireball, the Hungarian horntail. Crumb would have the fireball. Fleur, the green. Cedric, the shortsnout. Harry's number had come up horntail. The horntail was the largest and the meanest of the 4, and the horntail had a clutch of eggs on the ground in front of it, and the horntail had been in a bad mood since Sunday. He had gone into the tent at the start of the task with the holly wand at his hip. He had not, on the morning of the task, taken his firebolt. He had left the firebolt in the dormitory. He had told Ron, when Ron had asked, that the broom was for the second task. Ron had not understood. Ron, by the second task, would understand. The other champions had drawn their dragons. The other champions had gone out, in turn, and had done what they had each been able to do. The crowd had cheered. The crowd had gasped. Bagman had shouted in the announcer's box. Harry, in the tent, had sat on the wooden bench with his hands open on his knees and had counted his breaths. His name had been called. He had stood up. He had walked out of the tent into the daylight. The arena had been the great open scoop in the bowl of the school grounds, with the crowd in the temporary stands above. The horntail had been crouching in the center of the arena over its eggs. The horntail had read him the moment he had come out of the tent. He had not drawn the wand. He had walked straight at the dragon. The crowd had screamed. The crowd had not stopped screaming. The crowd had been screaming about a dozen things, that he had no broom, that he had no idea what he was doing, that the dragon was about to kill him, that someone had to stop him. He had heard none of it. He had walked. The Spartan walk. The walk that had carried him into the courts of the gods. He had set his eyes on the eyes of the dragon, and he had not blinked, and the dragon had stood up on all four legs and had lowered its head and had pulled in a great breath to roast him. He had stopped 6 paces from the eggs. He had not stopped because the dragon had told him to. He had stopped because he had decided to stop. He had set his weight. He had spoken, very quietly, in a voice the dragon could not have heard above the screaming of the crowd but which the dragon would, on a different sense, register. He had said, "Boy." In Greek. He had said it, also, in another older language, the language that had been used on the snow road in his other life, the language that the Norse dragons had listened to. He had said it in 3 languages. The languages had different sounds. The languages had the same intent. The intent had been, I am the older. I am the higher. I am the one who has stood at the top of a mountain and has decided, at the top, to come down. You will not test me. You will not have to be tested. Lower your head. The horntail had paused. The horntail had read him. The horntail had, in a long second of dragon time, read what was inside the boy in front of it. The horntail had not, at any point in its ferocious life, met a human-shaped thing with that inside it. The horntail had been, in its time, in front of giants. The horntail had not been in front of a god-killer. The horntail had read the mountain in him. The horntail had read the cairn. The horntail had read Jormungandr. The horntail's small black eye had gone very still. The horntail had lowered its head, slowly, in the long deliberate gesture a dragon used when it had decided, on its own, that the human in front of it was not the human it had been told it was. Harry had walked to the eggs. He had picked up the golden one. He had inclined his head, the smallest gesture, to the dragon. The dragon had returned the gesture. He had walked back to the tent with the golden egg under one arm. The crowd had not, for a long second, made any sound at all. Then the crowd had begun to shout. The shouting had not been a normal shouting. The shouting had been the shouting of an audience that did not know what to call what they had seen. The judges, at the top of the stands, had not, at first, awarded a score. Bagman, in his box, had been speechless. Madame Maxime had been the first to recover. Madame Maxime had given him a 10. The other judges had followed. He had got the highest score on the first task. In the tent, Hagrid had been waiting. Hagrid had set both hands on his shoulders. Hagrid had said, very quietly, with the voice he had used in the cottage in the sea 4 years before, "What did ye do, Harry?" "I asked," Harry had said. Hagrid had not pressed. The second task was in February. The second task was the lake. The hostages, the people the champions cared most about, had been placed, by the staff, on the floor of the lake at the base of the Mere People village. Harry had read the staff's selections an hour before the task. Hermione was the hostage they had picked for him. He had said nothing about it. He had filed it. He had not, in the end, used the gillyweed. Hermione had got the gillyweed for him a week before the task. She had set it in his hand at breakfast on the morning of the task and had said, "Eat it. Eat it before you go down." He had put it in his pocket. He had said, yes. He had not eaten it. He had stood on the wooden platform with the other champions at 9 on the morning of the task. The cannon had gone off. The other champions had dived. He had dived, in his own time, a half-second after. He had not surfaced for 15 minutes. Spartan endurance. The breath count. He had spent, in his first life, 2 days on the bottom of the river of the dead without coming up. He had spent, in his last life, an hour at a time on the bottom of the lake at the foot of the mountain, looking for things Faye had asked him to find. The lake at Hogwarts was cold, and the lake was deep, and the lake was full of the small ordinary terrors of an English lake, eels, grindylows, the long ribbons of weed, but the lake was, by his standards, a small body of water. He had walked along the bottom of it. He had walked in the long Spartan stride, the one that did not waste effort, the one that ate ground at 1 fathom of water as it ate ground on land. He had passed the gillyweed using Cedric on the 2nd minute. He had passed Crumb, in his half-shark form, on the 5th. He had reached the Mere People village on the 7th. He had not, by then, even begun to need to come up. He had walked into the village. The Mere People had moved aside. They had moved aside because the Mere People had, also, read him, and the Mere People were old. The Mere People did not, in their long memory, have a record of a human walking the bottom of their lake without a breath. The Mere People had a record, in a song, of a man who had walked the bottom of a different lake in a different country, a long time ago, holding the head of a god in his hand. The song had been a Mycenaean fragment. The Mere People had remembered the song. They had moved aside. He had reached the place where the hostages were tethered. Hermione had been tied to a stone column with bonds of weed. Her hair, in the cold of the lake, had been a long brown cloud around her head. Her face had been still and pale, the face of a person under a spell. He had cut her bonds with the bone thong he had carried, since the chamber of the basilisk, under his school robes. He had set his arm under hers. He had begun the long walk back up. He had broken the surface at the 14th minute and the 16th second. The crowd, on the bank, had been silent. Hermione, in his arm, had not yet woken. The cold spell on her had needed the surface air and the warming charms of the staff. He had carried her up onto the platform. He had set her down. He had wrapped her in the wool blanket Madame Pomfrey had been holding out. He had put his hand on her face. She had opened her eyes. She had looked at him. "Boy," he had said. "Boy," she had said. Then she had said, very small, almost a question, "Hermione." "Yes," he had said. "And Hermione." She had pressed her face against his shoulder for half a second, the way Atrus had pressed his face against his father's chest after the hellbolt, the small blank moment of a body that had not yet processed how alive it still was. Then she had sat up, with her usual upright efficient sit, and had taken stock of the platform, and had said, "Harry, you didn't use, no. You held your breath for 15 minutes. Yes. That is not, no." She had looked at him. Her brown eyes had done the careful thing they did. She had nodded slowly. She had filed it, the way she had filed everything else, and she had pressed her shoulder against his, and the two of them had sat under the blanket on the platform and watched the other champions come up. Crumb surfaced at the 17th minute, with Hermione's friend's foreign cousin. Cedric at the 20th, with Cho Chang. Fleur did not surface. Fleur had been driven back by the Grindylows and had been pulled out by the staff. Fleur's small sister had had to be retrieved by Cedric on his way up. Cedric, on the platform, had not bragged. Cedric had set Fleur's sister gently in Fleur's arms. Cedric had been kind about it. The judges had given Harry full marks again. The Yule Ball had been, in Harry's life, a strange small event. He had taken Hermione. Hermione had taken him. The decision had been a Hermione decision and a Harry decision, and a thing the two of them had not discussed but had nonetheless agreed on, the way the silences between them had agreed on a great many things in the years between October of first year and December of fourth. She had come down the stairs in a dress robe that had been a different color than her usual robes, and the hair had been pinned up, and the brown eyes had been bright. He had seen her a long second across the entrance hall. He had inclined his head, the smallest gesture, the 40th time he had given it her, and Hermione had inclined hers back. They had walked into the hall. She had taught him to dance. She had taught him, on a long afternoon in November in an empty classroom, the box step and the slow turn. He had learned them in 15 minutes. He had taught himself, in the second 15 minutes, the small variations the textbook had not bothered to mention. By December he had been a dancer the way a Spartan had been a dancer, economical, accurate, present. He had not enjoyed it. He had not been displeased by it. On the floor that night, with the music going, and the hall lit with floating lanterns, and the snow against the windows, he had taken Hermione's hand. He had set his other hand at her waist. They had moved. She had looked up at him. "You look as you should," he had said. She had laughed. The laugh had been the small short laugh of a girl who had decided, in the moment, not to overthink the compliment. "Thank you," she had said. Yes. They had danced 2 songs. He had not, after the second song, stayed for the third. He had taken her by the elbow to the side of the hall. He had got her a glass of pumpkin punch. He had stood with her against the wall and had watched the room. Crumb, across the floor, had read the two of them and had inclined his head. Harry had returned the gesture. Crumb's small heavy face had done the small thing it did when Crumb had decided, against his initial assumption, that the boy across the floor was not a threat to him. Crumb had been correct. Harry had not, at any point, been a threat to him. Crumb had been a warrior. Harry had read, in Crumb, a warrior with whom he could one day, if needed, fight beside. He filed it. The third task was on the night of the 24th of June. The maze was the Quidditch pitch, grown over with hedges 15 feet high. The champions entered at the 4 corners. The first to reach the center would touch the cup and would win the tournament. The maze contained obstacles, sphinxes, blast-ended scroots, a dementor that turned out to be a boggart. Harry passed them all. He saved Crumb from the Imperius. Crumb had been Crucio and Cedric in a side path, and Crumb had not been himself, and Harry had read on entry that Crumb had been bewitched. He had stunned Crumb without breaking stride. He had set Crumb on his side in the recovery position. He had moved on. He had met Cedric at the center. The cup had been in front of them on a pedestal. The cup had been silver. The light off the cup had been the soft blue of a thing that had been touched, recently, by a portkey charm. Harry had not known about the charm yet. He had read the cup as he had walked toward it, and his hand on the way up to the cup had hesitated for a second, and the hesitation had been a Spartan hesitation, the second mover's hesitation that had saved his life in his other life on more than one mountain. "Take it together," Cedric had said. "Yes." "On 3? "Yes." 1, 2, 3. They had touched it together. The hook in the navel. The yank through space. The dark. They had landed in a graveyard. The graveyard was old. The graveyard was English. The graveyard was on a hill at the back of a small church that had not, in 50 years, had a regular congregation. The grass was knee-high. The headstones were canted. The stone of an old yew tree spread, halfway up the hill, over a grave with the name Riddle on it. Cedric had spoken first. "Where are we?" Harry had not answered. He had read, in 2 seconds, the layout of the graveyard. He had read the small stooped man at the foot of the largest tomb. He had read the bundle of cloth in the small stooped man's arms. He had read the cauldron set in front of the tomb. He had read the small stone basin beside it. "Cedric," he had said. Behind me. Now. Cedric had stepped behind him. The bundle of cloth had moved. The bundle of cloth had spoken. The voice, weak and slick, had said, "Kill the spare." Wormtail had raised his wand. Wormtail had not hesitated. Wormtail had been told by his master to kill, and Wormtail's small life depended on the killing. Harry had moved. He had moved as fast as he had ever moved in this life. He had taken the curse on his left forearm, the green light, the way a boxer took a body shot, with the angle of his bone, and the curse had passed through the meat of his arm and had hit the clothan leaf at the base of the yew tree at his back, and the leaf at the base of the tree had blackened and died. Cedric had been alive. Wormtail had stared. "You are slow," Harry had said, to Wormtail. Wormtail had raised the wand again. The wand had shaken in his hand. The wand had not, the second time, fired. Wormtail had been too afraid to cast. "Drop the bundle," Harry had said. "Walk down the hill. Live." Wormtail had not dropped the bundle. Wormtail had not walked down the hill. Wormtail had, instead, done what Wormtail was always going to do, which was to obey his master to the end. The voice in the bundle had hissed at Wormtail. Wormtail had set the bundle on the floor of the cauldron. Wormtail had taken his own knife and had begun the ritual. Harry had stopped him in the middle. He had moved across the graveyard. He had taken Wormtail's wrist in his right hand. He had lifted Wormtail off the ground. He had set Wormtail down, on his back, on the grass beside the cauldron. He had taken the bundle out of the cauldron with his left hand. He had set the bundle on the grass. Then the bundle had moved. The bundle had moved on its own, in a way the bundle had not moved before. The bundle was the wraith had been gathering, in the cauldron, for 3 months, and the wraith had become, in the last second of the ritual, more than a wraith. The wraith had taken the bone of the father, freely given. The wraith had taken the blood of the rat, willingly given. The wraith had needed only the third, the blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, and the wraith was already flesh enough to take it. The wraith had not been, on the moment it took the third ingredient, expecting Harry's left hand at its throat. Harry had read the moment. He had let Wormtail bleed. He had stepped, in the same motion, across the cauldron and had set his left hand on the throat of the wraith. The wraith had had a body, by then, the size of a child's, and the body had been wet and slick with the cauldron's contents, and the body had not been able to stand. The body had hung in his hand by the throat. He had looked into the wraith's eyes. Cedric, on the grass behind him, had said, "Harry, the portkey had been 10 feet away." The portkey had been the Triwizard Cup, on the grass, where it had landed. Harry had read the distance. He had decided, in the moment, what he was going to do. He had said, "Cedric, take the cup. Go." "I won't, boy." Cedric had not, perhaps, been the boy, but the word had landed. Cedric had stepped backwards over the grass. Cedric had taken the cup. Cedric had gone. The graveyard was Harry's now. He had set the wraith on the grass. The wraith had not stayed on the grass. The wraith had pulled itself up. The wraith had, in 3 breaths, become a man. The man had been very thin. The man's skin had been very white. The man had had the face of a serpent and a man's face cross-grafted, the eyes red, the nostrils slits. Lord Voldemort had stood in the graveyard. "Harry Potter," he had said. "Yes. You are alone." "No." The man had looked at him. "I have been at this body, Potter, for 3 years. The body is mine again. I am not the wraith you met in the corridor of the school. I am the man. I am, again, Lord Voldemort. I am, what I have always been. Yes. Stand still while I kill you." "No." Voldemort had raised his wand. Harry had stood very still. Wormtail had crawled, on his belly, away across the grass. Wormtail had reached, on the far side of the grave, the long mark on his arm. Wormtail had pressed his thumb to the mark. 12 men had appeared, in the next 30 seconds, at the edge of the graveyard. 12 men in black robes. The Death Eaters. They had walked into the graveyard, in twos and threes, and had taken their places in a wide loose circle around the cauldron and the grave. They had bowed to Voldemort. Voldemort had not yet looked at them. Voldemort had been looking at Harry. Harry had read the 13. The 13 had been 13 men. The 13 had been, in this country, the worst 13 of their generation. The 13 had killed children. The 13 had killed mothers. The 13 had taken, over the 13 years of the First War, 800 lives between them. He had not, in the planning of his 4th year, been planning to kill any of them. He had now been, by Voldemort, given them. Cedric had taken the cup. The boy was safe. The school had been told. The teachers were on their way. The teachers would not arrive for at least 9 minutes, and the 13 would not, in 9 minutes, be standing where they were standing now. He had set his weight. He had let the dam go. The Blades of Chaos had been waiting for 14 years. They had been, in his last life, set down on a final mountain in Midgard, with an oath that he had not, in this life, been free to renew. The oath had said, never again. The oath had been the work of the man in the snow. The oath had been good for 14 years. Tonight, in the graveyard, the oath had broken. He had not chosen to break it. He had intended, all year, not to break it. He had intended to walk out of the graveyard with a wand in his hand and the cup in his pocket and a story for Dumbledore in his mouth. He had not intended to release the chains. The chains had read what was in the graveyard. The chains had read the dead boy. Cedric, by the grace of the second mover's hesitation, was not dead. The chains had read it as if Cedric had died, because Cedric had been about to, and the chains were old, and the chains read intent more clearly than they read outcome. The chains had read Voldemort. The chains had read the 13. The chains had said, in his bones, in the language they had been speaking for 30 years, we are needed. Open the doors. He had opened the doors. The chains had come up out of his forearms. The skin of his forearms, where the chains came through, had blackened in long marks and had healed in the same instant. The blades had hung, by the chains, at the level of his hips. The blades had been the blades. They had been the curved twin blades of Olympus, and the metal of them had been the metal that had been forged in a fire he had never seen and had inherited, anyway, when he had taken them from the cliffs. The metal had not, in 14 years, cooled. The metal had been warm against his hip the moment it had come out of his arm. The 13 Death Eaters had stared. Voldemort had said, in a voice Harry had not, before, heard him use, what? Harry had moved. He had killed 6 of them in 11 seconds. He had crossed the graveyard at the speed of a thing the graveyard had not, in any of its 100 years, been written to fight. The first blade had taken the first Death Eater across the throat. The chain had whipped. The second blade had taken the second Death Eater above the hip, the Spartan cut, the one that emptied a man fast, and had retracted. The chains had moved with him through the air. He had passed under 3 killing curses. He had taken the third Death Eater through the breastplate of the man's robes, and the fourth at the wrist of the wand arm. The fifth had run. He had thrown a blade. The blade had taken the fifth between the shoulder blades and had returned to his hand on the chain. The sixth had been Avery. Avery had been on his knees begging. He had killed Avery on the ground with the heel of one boot to the back of the man's neck, the way the Spartan had finished a wounded Persian on the floor of a temple a long time ago. 6. The remaining 7 had broken. The remaining 7 had apparat. The remaining 7 had not, on the journey home, made it back in the order they had come. 3 of them would, in the end, find their bodies splintered against trees in the south of England and would not regroup. The other 4 would make it home and would not, for 2 years, leave their houses. The graveyard, with 7 dead and 7 gone, had been quiet but for Voldemort's breathing. Harry had walked toward Voldemort. Voldemort had raised his wand. The killing curse had come at him a 3rd time. The killing curse had not, on him, found anything. The killing curse had hit the yew tree behind him and had killed a small bird that had been roosting in the branches. Voldemort had stared. Harry had reached him. Harry had set the chain of the right blade around Voldemort's neck. The chain had drawn tight. He had brought Voldemort down to his knees. Voldemort had spoken in the small high voice of a man who had not, in 50 years, been physically held. The voice had been astonished. The voice had not, at first, been afraid. Then the voice had read what was in front of it. "What are you?" Harry had looked down at him. "Ghost," he had said. He had paused. He had let the word sit. He had said, after the pause, the second word. "Of Sparta." He had not killed him. He had not killed him because, in the long second after the second word, 2 voices had come up in the back of his head. The first voice had been Atrus's. The voice had said, very quietly, in the voice of a 6-year-old in the long house of the dead, "Father, don't." The second voice had been Hermione's. The voice had said, also quietly, in the voice of a girl in a bed in a hospital wing, "Boy. Stop." The chain in his hand had loosened. The blade had risen back into his forearm. The chain had retracted. The skin of his arm had closed. Voldemort, on his knees at his feet, had been weeping. Voldemort had not, in his small life, wept before. Voldemort had no precedent for the gesture. Voldemort's weeping had been the weeping of a child, a small child, a child who had been told by an adult, for the first time, no. Harry had not killed him. He had stepped back. Voldemort had apparat. The graveyard had been empty. He had walked across the grass to where Cedric had been when Cedric had taken the cup. He had passed Wormtail's body. Wormtail, in the end, had bled out on the grass from the rat hand's wrist that Harry had, in the moment of the ritual, severed without remembering he had. Wormtail had been useful, in the last analysis, only as a corpse. Harry had not stopped at the body. He had filed the body. He had gone past the body. He had picked up, yes, Cedric had got the cup back home, but the second port key, the staff's, had been waiting in case the cup had not made the trip, the second port key from where the staff had pre-stationed it under a stone at the foot of the yew tree. He had touched the second port key. He had been pulled back. He had landed on the lawn at the edge of the maze. The crowd was waiting. The teachers were running. Cedric was on his knees, alive, on the grass 20 feet away, weeping into the side of his father's robes. Dumbledore was already crossing the lawn at a pace the old man had not used in 50 years. Harry had stood up. The skin of his forearms was black. The chain marks on his skin had not, this time, healed. The chains had been out longer than they were ever supposed to be. The skin had taken the brand. The 2 long curving marks on the underside of his forearms were the color of old fire. They would, he understood at once, not fade. Dumbledore had reached him. The old man had stopped a pace from him. "My boy," Dumbledore had said. Harry, eyes closed, yes. "What?" The old man's voice had broken. The old man had cleared his throat. "What have you become?" He had opened his eyes. He had looked at the old man. He had spoken the only sentence he had been able to speak. The sentence had not been the sentence of a man. The sentence had been the sentence of a son. He had said, "What I always was." He had begun to weep. He had wept, for the second time in 2 lives, on the lawn of the school. The weeping had not been long. The weeping had been the small honest weeping of a man who had lost, in the moment of the killing, the part of himself that he had spent 14 years training not to lose. The weeping had been, also, the small honest weeping of a boy. The 2 weepings had been the same weeping. He had wept for both. Hermione had reached him through the crowd. She had not asked him anything. She had set her hand on his right forearm. The forearm had been black and warm. The forearm had not burned her. She had not cared if it had. She had set her hand against the long brand. She had not moved her hand for a long minute. Then she had said, very quietly, "Boy." He had opened his hand. He had taken hers. He had not said the same word back. He had, instead, said her name. Hermione. She had closed her eyes a moment. "Yes," she had said. The headmaster had stood at his shoulder. The headmaster had not, for the first time in 50 years of teaching, known what to do. The students at the edge of the lawn had stared. Cedric, on his knees with his father, had stared too. The Minister of Magic, in the stands, had not yet processed any of it. Above them, in the clear night sky, a single bright star had fallen. The star had been the star Harry, in his other life, had set in the sky on a long winter night, with a small sun's head on his shoulder. The star had been the star that had been called, in another country, by another name. The star had not been called by any name in this country. The star had fallen across the sky over the lawn of Hogwarts, very fast, the way a star fell when a star had decided, after a long fall, that it had finished. The star had gone. Harry had taken Hermione's hand. He had walked across the lawn with her. The crowd had parted for them. The teachers had parted. The minister had parted. They had walked into the school. The doors of the school had closed behind them. In the hospital wing, an hour later, Madame Pomfrey had set salve on the brands on his arms. The salve had not done anything. The brands had not been a thing the school's medicine had been written for. The matron had set the unguent down at last and had stood beside the bed with her hand at her mouth. "They will not come off," Harry had said. "No, dear. They are not meant to. No." She had pulled a chair to the side of the bed. She had sat down. She had set her hand on the back of his hand. She had not, in 20 years of running this wing, seen marks of this kind on a 14-year-old boy. She had also, in 20 years of running this wing, learned not to ask. Hermione had stayed at the bed all night. Ron had come at dawn. The two of them had set chairs on either side of his bed. The two of them had not spoken much. The three of them had been silent in the way the three of them had been silent for 4 years, the courteous silence, the silence with grammar, the silence in which the next move was decided without being announced. By morning, the headmaster had returned. The headmaster had asked Harry one question, by the bed, with no one else in earshot. The headmaster had asked, "Will you fight?" Harry had said, "Yes." "With me?" "With you." "With them?" "With her." He had looked at Hermione, who had been sleeping in the chair with her head on the bed. "And with him?" He had looked at Ron, who had been awake but pretending not to be. "We will fight together. The war does not end this year. It ends in 2. I have read the calendar. I will tell you the calendar when you are ready to read it with me." "I am ready." "No. You are not. You are very tired. Sleep first. Then we will read." The old man had laughed once, a small dry laugh. The old man had taken Harry's hand. The old man had set the hand down on the blanket. The old man had gone to sleep, actual sleep, in the chair beside the bed for 2 hours, the first sleep the old man had had in 3 days. In the graveyard at Little Hangleton, a single small wraith had reformed in a long stone cellar, and the wraith had been, that night, more afraid than the wraith had ever been in its 100 years of life. The war had begun. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, Father the Ministry did not believe. The minister, Cornelius Fudge, had stood in Harry's hospital wing on the morning of the 25th of June, and the minister had looked at the brand on Harry's forearm, and the minister had decided that the brand was a tattoo. The minister had decided that Harry's account of the graveyard was the imaginative reconstruction of a frightened boy. The minister had decided that Cedric had died of a tragic accident. The minister had decided that Lord Voldemort had not, in fact, returned, because the return of Lord Voldemort was a thing the minister did not want to deal with, and the minister was a man who arranged his world according to what he did not want to deal with. The minister had said, "I will not have the wizarding world thrown into a panic by an 11-year-old boy with a vivid imagination." "I am 14, Harry had said. "In any case, the matter is closed." The matter was not closed. The matter was, by the 3rd week of July, in every paper that the ministry could not directly control. The Quibbler was running it. The German papers were running it. The American papers were running a small column on the back page. By August the Daily Prophet had begun the campaign to discredit Harry, long pieces about a disturbed boy, a delusional teenager, a lying fame-seeker. Harry had read the pieces in the kitchen of number 12 Grimmauld Place, with Hermione across the table, and Ron at the end, and Sirius reading over his shoulder. He had not, in any of the readings, made a sound. He had filed the names of the journalists. He had set the papers in a stack on the table. He had said, when Sirius had asked, "We are not going to fight on the page. We are going to fight on the ground. The pages will, in the end, follow the ground." The Order of the Phoenix had reformed at the start of August in the kitchen of number 12. Dumbledore had brought the old members. Sirius had brought himself. Lupin had come up from his cottage with the small case he had used in the First War. Mrs. Weasley had taken over the cooking. Mr. Weasley had taken over the small electric work. The house, against the wishes of the painted ancestors on the walls, was now to have. Bill and Charlie had taken leave from their jobs. The twins had been told to stay at the school. The twins had begun, the next week, to send a daily owl with what they had been observing on the Hogwarts grounds. Tonks, Nymphadora Tonks, or 22, with hair the color of strawberry jam, had been the new face. Mad-Eye Moody had been the old. Harry had, on the first night of the meeting, walked into the kitchen and had inclined his head to Moody without thinking. Moody had returned the gesture without thinking. The two of them had stared at each other a half-second longer than the gesture had required. The other members had read the half-second. Moody had said, with the gruff voice of a man who had been a soldier longer than he had been an Auror, "Boy." "Yes, sir." "You are not a boy. In this body." "I." That had been the conversation. Moody had not, in any of the meetings that followed, asked another question. Moody had treated Harry the way old soldiers treated old soldiers when they had recognized each other. He had set Harry, on the second meeting, at his right hand. Dumbledore, at the head of the table, had set Harry on his left. The two old men had, together, given Harry the third seat at the table from the head, between them. The other members had read it. None of them had questioned it. The work of August had been training. He had set the order to the Spartan drills the way he had set Ron and Hermione, for years before, on the 7th floor corridor at 5:30 in the morning. He had set the wizards to running. He had set them to the breath count. He had set them, in the small dueling room of number 12, to the slow patient phalanx, the formation in which men stood shield to shield and let the enemy break itself against them. The wizards had not, at first, liked the drills. Sirius had complained. Lupin, who had been a runner all his life, had not complained. Tonks had laughed for the first 3 mornings and had then, on the 4th morning, stopped laughing and had taken the drill seriously. Moody had been the easiest. Moody had been a soldier. Moody had recognized the drills the moment Harry had begun describing them, and had said, on the first morning, that. I know that. Moody had taken over the second half of the morning session. By the end of August, the order had had a structure. Harry had not, formally, been the general. He had not been, formally, anything. He had been a 15-year-old boy at the school who happened to attend the meetings and to direct the drills. Practically the order had been Harry's army. Dumbledore had read the situation. The old man had not, in any of the meetings, attempted to take the role back. The old man had said, in a private moment in the upstairs study at the end of August, "I am old, Harry. The country is mine in name. The army is yours in fact. We will pretend the names match for as long as the names need to match. Yes, headmaster. You are not to die. No. I require a personal promise on the matter." Harry had looked at the old man. "Yes, headmaster." The old man had let his shoulders, very briefly, lower. The old man had taken a sip of his tea. The old man had said, after a moment, in the small dry voice he used when he was telling Harry a thing he had been holding for some weeks, "I am, as you may have read, dying. The stone the rat returned to your hand 4 years ago has not held me. I have a year left. Possibly less. The school will need a headmaster after me. The order will need a leader. I would like, before the end, to know who they are." "Hermione," Harry had said. "And Ron. And me." "In what order?" "Hermione will be headmistress. Ron will keep the order. I will be the field commander. We will rotate the work as the work changes. We are not, between us, looking for thrones. We are looking for the work to be done well by the right person." The old man had looked at him. "Boy," the old man had said. "Yes." The old man had inclined his head. The smallest gesture. The 40th time a man with a long white beard had given it him in 5 years. Hermione, in 5th year, had been at the second seat. The second seat had been a thing the 3 of them had built between them. It had not been an official position. It had not had a name. It had been the chair to the left of Harry at the long kitchen table, the chair that Hermione had sat in the first night of the order, and had sat in every night since, and from which she had read the room. The 3 of them had divided the work. Harry was the field. Ron was the strategy. Hermione was the inventory, the records, the doctrine, the long careful stitching of the small details that made an army and not a mob. By Christmas of 5th year, Hermione had a binder. The binder had been 3 inches thick. The binder had been the new manual of the order. The old members had read the binder, and had complained about it, and had begun, by the end of February, to use it. By April, no member of the order made a move in the field without consulting it. He had taught her, alongside, the other half of the work. He had taken her to the empty dueling room at Hogwarts on Saturday afternoons. He had stood across the floor from her with the holly wand in his hand. He had let her duel him. He had not, the first weeks, gone easy on her. He had not gone hard either. He had gone exactly at the level she could meet, the way a parent met a child at the height of the chair the child was sitting in. By March, the level had been higher than it had been in November. By April, it had been higher than that. By May, Hermione had been the second best duelist in the room that contained, in those months, a rotating cast of order members and her 2 best friends and 1 aging godkiller, and the first best duelist in the room had been Harry, and the first best had been losing ground. He had not, in any of the sessions, used the blades. He had used the wand. He had used the body. He had used, when needed, the small Spartan economies of motion he had been keeping in his bones for 30 years. The blades had stayed inside his arms. The blades had not, since the graveyard, asked to come out. The blades had read the work that was being done and had, perhaps, decided that the work was being done correctly. The brands on his forearms had never faded. He had worn long sleeves at the school. He had worn long sleeves in the kitchen of number 12. He had not, in any photograph of that year, allowed his arms to be visible. In April of 5th year, in the dueling room, after a session, Hermione had set her wand down on a desk and had sat down on a chair and had not looked up at him. He had sat down across from her. He had waited. She had said, "At last, Harry. When I am in charge, yes. I do not want to do what you did in the graveyard. He had looked at her. No, he had said. You will not have to. I will do that work. I will do it once more, and then I will set the blades back down, and then they will be my work to keep down for the rest of my life. You will be the one to do the work that comes after the blades. You will be the one to forgive the 7 who fled. You will be the one to mercy the children of the 13. You will be the one to write the law that prevents the next dark man from finding the next stone. The work after the war is the harder work. I cannot do it. You will. Why can you not? Because I am the man with the blades. The country knows it now. The country will, in the years to come, fear me. The fear is not, in the long run, a thing the country needs to live with. The fear is a tool. I will use the tool to win the war. I will then put the tool down. I will, after, become a small farmer, or a teacher, or a man who keeps the gardens of a school. You will be the one in the chair. You will not be feared. You will be heard. You will be the one to whom they bring the small things. The small things are the country. She had looked at him. Harry, boy. She had not corrected him. She had said, in a small voice, I do not know if I am ready. No. You will not be, until you are. The being ready is not a thing a person does on their own time. It happens because the work has been put in. You have put the work in. You will be ready. You will, when the time comes, walk into the room and the room will know. She had set her hand on his knee, briefly. Boy, she had said. Yes. The war had taken its course. The ministry, by the end of 5th year, had finally believed. The ministry had believed because Dolores Umbridge, the new High Inquisitor of the school, a woman in pink with a small smile that could, in the right light, kill a flower, had been, in May, taken into the Forbidden Forest by a centaur she had insulted, and had not come back the same. The ministry had believed, also, because in May Harry had, in the Department of Mysteries, been led into a trap by a forged vision and had walked through the trap with Hermione and Ron and Neville and Luna and Ginny, and the trap had been sprung, and 12 Death Eaters had ambushed them in the Hall of Prophecies, and the 6 of them had killed 3 Death Eaters and had captured 5 and had walked out of the Department of Mysteries with 2 minor wounds between them. The captured 5 had given testimony in the public courts. The testimony had been, in the end, more than the ministry could pretend was a fabrication. The minister had resigned. A new minister, Rufus Scrimgeour, had been installed. The new minister had, on the first day, requested a private meeting with Harry. Harry had given it. The new minister had asked Harry to be photographed walking into the ministry in the new minister's company, for the comfort of the public. Harry had said, no. The new minister had pressed. Harry had said, I will not be your poster. I will fight on the ground beside you. You will report what I do. You will not direct it. We will, in this way, share the work. The new minister had taken the deal. 6th year went past in a series of small skirmishes. Harry had not been at the school for half of it. Harry had been in the field. Harry had taken the order to a series of Death Eater safe houses, a barn in Devon, a manor in Wiltshire, a flat in Hackney, and had broken them, one at a time, with a phalanx of 3 or 4 order members and the small Spartan economy of his own body. He had, in the course of 6th year, added a column to Hermione's binder. The column had been the count. By the end of 6th year, the count had read, of Voldemort's known Death Eaters, 23 were dead, 14 were in Azkaban, and 7 remained in the field. Of the 7, 3 were the inner circle. The 3 were Bellatrix Lestrange, Lucius Malfoy, and Severus Snape. Snape had not, in fact, been in the field. Snape had been at the school. Snape had been, since the night in the potions dungeon in 2nd year, Harry's second hand inside Voldemort's organization, and the second hand had cost Snape almost everything he had left and had earned, in return, the thing Snape had wanted most, which was to know that Lily's son had not, in the end, become his father. Snape had apparat, in May of 6th year, to a hilltop near Hogwarts in the company of Albus Dumbledore. The two men had spoken on the hilltop. Then Dumbledore had asked Snape for the death the old man had been planning since the start of 5th year, the death the old man had said he wanted because the dying had, in any case, been arranged, and the dying could be put to a use, the use being the elevation of Snape into Voldemort's full trust. Snape had said, "I cannot." Harry, at the foot of the hill, had said, "He cannot." The old man had looked at Harry. Harry had said, "I have read your plan, Headmaster. I have read it for 2 years. Your plan is the plan of a man who is willing to be killed because he is dying. The dying is real. The willingness is real. The plan asks Severus to do a thing that Severus has not the structure to do. Severus has been carrying for 16 years a single image. The image is of Lily on the floor. The image was the image he could not stop. The image is what made him useful. If you ask him to add to the image the body of the man who has been his friend since the night of Lily's death, you will break him. You will break him before the war is over. You will break, with him, the most important asset we have inside Voldemort's circle. The plan is, therefore, the wrong plan. Then what is the plan, Harry? You will die, Headmaster, when the dying comes. The dying is, as you said, arranged. The arrangement is yours. You will not die at Severus's hand. You will die at mine. The old man had stared at him. Harry, listen. The old man had listened. You will die at mine, on the astronomy tower, at the hour you have been planning. Severus will be in the room. Severus will not raise his wand. I will. The killing curse will not, on you, be the killing curse it ordinarily is, because the cup of poison you intend to drink half an hour earlier will have, in any case, killed you. The curse will be a courtesy. The Death Eaters who watch, Draco, Bellatrix, the others, will report me as the killer. I will, in the public eye, become the man who killed Albus Dumbledore. I will accept that. I will, at the same hour, take Severus into our protection in the field, and Severus will be revealed, after the war, as our agent. The story will, after the war, become the truth. The truth will need me to be, for the months between June and the end, a hated man. I will be. I have been a hated man before. I do not require love. I require, only, that the work be done. The old man had been silent for a long time. Then the old man had said, "Boy." Yes. Yes. The old man had died, as planned, in the 3rd week of June. The poison had taken him. The curse, on the tower, had been a courtesy. Severus had, on the tower, not raised his wand. Harry had. The story, in the press, had begun. The press had, in 2 weeks, made of Harry the assassin of the greatest wizard of the age. The Death Eaters in the field had, on the strength of the story, rallied to Voldemort. The Order had, in private, mourned the old man. Harry had, in private, also mourned. The mourning had been Spartan. He had stood at the grave at Hogwarts on the morning of the burial. He had set his hand on the stone. He had said, very quietly, "Boy. Open your eyes." The stone had not, of course, opened any eyes. The dead were dead. The dead were carried. He had carried him. Voldemort had moved at the end of August. The Ministry had fallen on the 31st of August in a single coordinated raid by the Inner Circle. The Minister Scrimgeour had died defending a corridor. The new minister had been Pius Thickness, Imperiust. The country had been, for 48 hours, in the hands of Voldemort. The country had also, for 48 hours, been in the hands of Harry. The Order had moved on the morning of the 2nd of September. The plan had been Hermione's. The plan had taken 16 pages of her binder. The plan had been clean. The Order had moved into the Ministry through 6 entrances at once. The Order had retaken 3 of the 4 levels in 80 minutes. The 4th, the atrium, where Voldemort had gone to ground with the last of his inner circle, had taken longer. Harry had, in the end, gone in alone. The atrium of the Ministry had been the great cavernous hall on the ground floor with the marble floor and the high ceiling and the fountain at the center. The fountain had been broken. Voldemort had broken it. Voldemort had also, by the time Harry walked in, summoned every dead body in the building, aurors, secretaries, 2 janitors, Scrimgeour himself, and had set them, as inferi, in a long cold ring around the center of the atrium. The inferi had been 46. Voldemort had stood at the center of the ring, on the cracked stone of the broken fountain, with Bellatrix at his right and Lucius at his left, and the wand of the Elder in his hand. The Elder Wand had been a thing he had taken, in the 2nd week of August, from Dumbledore's tomb. The Elder Wand had not served him. Harry had read, with Hermione, the small fact about the Elder Wand a year before, the fact that the wand answered the man who had defeated its previous master. Harry had defeated Draco Malfoy in single duel in March. Draco had defeated Dumbledore by disarming him on the astronomy tower in June. The wand was, by inheritance, Harry's. The wand in Voldemort's hand was a piece of polished wood that did not belong to him. Voldemort had not yet read the fact. Voldemort had said, across the atrium, "Harry Potter." Yes. You came alone. Yes. Why? To finish. He had not, in the moment, decided whether to use the blades. He had walked into the atrium with the wand at his hip and the blades sleeping inside his forearms, and the chains had not, in 2 years, asked to come out. The chains had been quiet through all the small skirmishes of 6th year. The chains had been quiet through the long planning of the summer. The chains had been quiet, even, through the day of the headmaster's funeral, when his rage had been at the highest it had been since the graveyard. The chains had read what he had been doing and had not asked. He set his weight. He raised his right hand. He did not summon the blades. He summoned, instead, the Leviathan axe. He had not, in this life, ever called the axe. He had set the axe down on a peak at the foot of a different mountain in a different world, with an oath, and the oath had said that the axe was for Faye and was for the boy and was no longer for the man. The man had honored the oath for 35 years. He had also been, for 3,000 years, the man who carried the axe before he had been the man who set it down. The axe had read, across the gap of worlds, the place where the man had ended up. The axe had begun, 6 months ago, to whisper at the back of his head. The axe had asked him whether the work was the work for which the axe had been left. He had thought about it for 6 months. He had decided, on the morning of the 2nd of September, that the work in the atrium was the work for which the axe had been waiting. He had raised his hand, in the atrium, and he had spoken the name in the language the axe knew. The axe had come. It had come through the air with a roar. It had come from the north, from the country he had left, from the peak on which it had been set. It had crossed 3 worlds in the time the axe took to cross from a man's belt to a man's hand. It had hit his palm at the fingers and had stayed there. The cold of Midgard had come with it. The atrium had filled, at his shoulder, with the smell of pine smoke and old snow. Voldemort had stared. Bellatrix had stared. Lucius had taken a step back. Harry had walked into the ring of inferi. He had cut through them the way the axe had cut through worse. The inferi had been the dead. The dead had been bound to a man whose binding was, in the moment, weaker than the cold of the axe. The axe had read each one as it came. The axe had not, on his hand, even warmed. He had walked across the atrium in a straight line. He had cut. He had cut. He had cut. He had not, in any of the cuts, used more force than was needed. The Spartan had not, in the long campaign, used more force than was needed. The Norse Ark-man had used less, when he could. The axe in his hand had honored the lesser cut. The axe had taken each infurious at the joint of the neck and had returned to his hand on its own breath and had been ready for the next. The 46 had been 46 small cuts. The 46 had taken 80 seconds. The atrium had been quiet. Bellatrix had screamed. She had crossed the floor at him with the wand high. She had screamed, the way she had screamed into Sirius's face 2 years before in the same atrium, on the night Sirius had not died, the night Harry had read her movement and had pulled Sirius out of the path of the killing curse. She had screamed. She had cast. Harry had taken her in the chest with the chain of the right blade. The blade had come out without his asking. The chain had wrapped her once. He had not pulled. He had only set her, with his own weight, against the side of the broken fountain. She had stopped screaming. She had not, Harry had read in the moment, died. He had left her against the fountain and had moved on. Hermione, in his head, had nodded. The mercy was the harder cut. The mercy was the work. Lucius Malfoy had thrown his wand on the floor and had run. Harry had let him run. Lucius, in the second week of October, would be picked up by the New Order and would, after a short and crisp trial, be in Azkaban for the rest of his life. The running had been Lucius's last useful act. That had left, in the atrium, only Voldemort. Voldemort had stood on the broken stone of the fountain. The Elder Wand had been in his hand. The wand had not, when he had cast the killing curse a 4th time at Harry, fired. The wand had refused. The wand had read its master in the room and had read the man holding it and had read that the man holding it was not the master. Voldemort had stared at the wand. What? It is mine. Voldemort had snarled. Voldemort had thrown the wand. Voldemort had drawn a second wand from his sleeve and had cast with it. The curses had hit Harry. The curses had passed through. The man inside Harry had not, on him, found anything to hurt. The man inside Harry had been, in the long second between curses, the same man as the man in the graveyard, but the long second had also been 4 years longer. Harry had walked across the atrium. He had not used the blades. He had carried the axe in his right hand. He had stopped a pace from Voldemort. He had set the haft of the axe across Voldemort's collarbones. He had pushed. Voldemort had gone backwards onto the floor. Voldemort had landed on his back. The axe had been at the base of his throat. Voldemort had read the axe. Voldemort had not, in his 100 years, read a thing as old as the axe. He had said, in the small high voice he had used in the graveyard, mercy. No. I can give you, no. What do you want? Harry had looked down at him. He had read, in the long second, every chair he had ever sat in. The chair on the throne in Greece. The chair on the high seat in Asgard. The chair in the kitchen at the Burrow. The chair in the dueling room of number 12. The chair beside Hermione in the library. The chair beside Atrus on the porch of the cabin in Midgard. He had said, I want a school. I want a wife. I want a daughter. I want to teach the daughter to be more than I am. I want to grow old. I want, in 50 years, to die in a bed with my friends in chairs around me and a child of mine reading to me from the book I have been meaning to finish. I want what you cannot ever have. You, who tried to live forever, did not understand that the wanting of those small things was the only kind of life worth living. The man on the floor had not answered. Harry had not killed him. He had stepped back. He had lowered the axe. Hermione had walked into the atrium. She had walked across the marble. She had stopped beside Harry. She had been carrying the wand he had taught her to carry. She had been carrying, also, in her left hand, the small slip of parchment that was the warrant the new Wisengamot had signed at the start of August. The warrant had, in 3 lines of formal English, authorized the bearer of the warrant to carry out the sentence pronounced in absentia by the new High Court on the man designated within. The man designated within had been Voldemort. The sentence had been death. She had read the warrant aloud. Voldemort, on the floor, had stared at her. "Boy," Harry had said, quietly. She had looked at him. "You," he had said. "Not me. The country needs to read who pronounced the end. You. Not the man with the axe." She had, for one long second, looked at him. Then she had inclined her head. The smallest gesture. She had raised her wand. She had not used the killing curse. She had used, instead, the older binding spell that the Wisengamot had specified in the warrant, the spell that bound the soul to the body for one breath and then released both. The spell had been a Wisengamot spell. The spell had been formal. The spell had taken 3 seconds. Voldemort had died on the marble of the atrium with both his eyes open and with the look of a man who had not, in the last second, understood that the end was a girl's hand. Hermione had lowered her wand. She had set her hand against Harry's forearm. The brand on his forearm had been warm. The brand had, after the killing of Voldemort, faded by half an inch. "Atrus," Harry had said, very quietly. She had not said the word back. She had said her own word, instead, in her own voice, the voice she had been finding all year. "Always," she had said. They had walked out of the ministry together. The doors had opened ahead of them. The Order had been on the steps. Ron at the front. Lupin behind Ron. Sirius, alive, because Harry had pulled him out of the Vale 2 years before, in a small fight that had not made the public record, at Lupin's shoulder. Tonks. Moody. The Weasleys. Neville Longbottom, who had become, in the last year, the second-best duelist in the Order after Hermione. Luna Lovegood. The Patil twins. The remnants of the school's older year. They had stood on the steps and had not cheered. They had not, in their long years of fighting, learned to cheer when a war had ended. They had only stood. They had only watched the two of them come out. The two of them had walked between them. The sun had been coming up. The London streets had been wet. The autumn morning had smelled of wet stone. The light over the rooftops had been the long gold of a thing that had been waiting since the 3rd of September last year for the chance to break. The brand on his forearms had begun, in the long gold, to fade. It had not faded all the way. The brand would not, ever, leave his skin entirely. The brand would be a quiet brand, a thing he could wear under a sleeve and not have asked about. The axe had returned to the cold north on its own. The axe had said, on its way, in his head, "I will come if you call." Do not call. I will not, Harry had thought. The blades had retreated into his arms. The blades had not left his bones. The blades had said, on their way, also in his head, "We will sleep. We will sleep until the sleep is over. We are tired." Sleep, he had thought. He had walked across the wet street. Hermione had walked beside him. Ron had walked at his other shoulder. The three of them had walked the length of a city block. They had stopped at the corner. Hermione had taken his hand. Ron had bumped his shoulder against Harry's the way Ron had been bumping his shoulder for 7 years. "What now?" Ron had said. Harry had looked up at the sky. He had thought of the boy in the long house of the dead. The boy with brown hair and the eyes like the river before a hard frost. The boy was not, in this morning, in the long house anymore. The boy was, somewhere, where the boy had needed to be, at home, perhaps, in a small room with stones on the floor of it, rolling a pair of bone dice and laughing once, very small, the way Atrus had laughed when Atrus had read in his father's distant heart the news that the work was done. He had thought of Faye. He had thought of his Lily. He had thought of his father, James, the man whose body he had inherited, who had been, in his own way, also a Spartan, the man who had stood between the door and his wife with no wand and no plan and had bought, with his life, Lily's 6 seconds of preparation. He had thought of the cupboard. He had thought of Petunia's hand on the kitchen window, the morning the owl had come on the fence. He had thought of all of them at once. He had filed them all. He would carry them all. He had said, to Ron, now we go home. Where's home, mate? He had looked at Hermione. Wherever she is, he had said. She had not blushed. She had not laughed. She had, instead, set her shoulder against his shoulder and had stood, for a long minute, beside him at the corner of a street in London. They had walked on. A year later, in the kitchen of number 12, with the wallpaper repaired and the portraits of the black ancestors taken down and the kitchen turned into a kitchen that had biscuits in a tin on the table and a kettle on the stove and the morning light through a window that had been cleaned for the first time in 50 years, Harry had stood at the sink. He had been washing a single mug. He had been washing it the Spartan way, which was the slow patient way of a man who had learned, at last, to make the small task the whole task. The garden outside the window had been full. Hermione had been at the table with the morning paper. The paper had had her on the front of it, again. The new headmistress of Hogwarts, the youngest in 2 centuries, had announced her first reform. Ron had been in the garden with 2 of the Weasley children, his nephew and his niece, the twins' children, the small loud things that had taken to running between the legs of the grown men since they had learned to run. Sirius had been on the porch with Lupin, with mugs in their hands, talking about a fishing trip neither of them was going to take. Hagrid had been in the corner of the garden, watering a pumpkin he had been growing for the school feast. Harry had set the mug on the drainer. He had wiped his hands on the tea towel. He had walked to the back door. He had opened it. He had stood in the doorway. The morning had been the morning. The garden had been the garden. The sun had been on the small round face of a small round-cheeked little girl with brown hair, 6 months old, who had been sitting on a blanket on the grass with a stuffed wolf in her lap. The girl had looked up at him. He had gone down the steps. He had crossed the lawn. He had sat down on the grass beside her. She had reached up to him. He had taken her in his arms. He had set her against his chest. He had pressed his cheek against her small warm head. The small warm head had smelled of clean cotton and the new sweet smell of a child who had not, in her short life, known a single bad thing. He had said, very quietly, with his mouth at her ear, the only word the morning called for. He had said it to her. He had said it, also, to the boy in the cairn. He had said it to the dead on the marble of the atrium. He had said it to Cedric. He had said it to the ones he had killed and to the ones he had spared. He had said it to Atrus and to Faye. He had said it, also, to himself. Boy, he had said. Be better. The girl in his arms had laughed. The garden had moved. Hermione, at the kitchen window, had set her hand against the glass. Ron, in the long grass, had looked up. Sirius, on the porch, had inclined his head, the smallest gesture, the gesture of an old man to a younger man who had become, in the years between, something the old man had not, in his own life, learned how to be. Harry had inclined his head back. The morning had been the morning. The work had been done. The work was always also still beginning, and the work always also still was. The small girl had laughed again. Her hand had closed around the index finger of his left forearm. The brand under the sleeve had been quiet. Harry had closed his eyes. He had opened them. He had carried the girl across the garden to her mother, and her mother had taken her, and Hermione had laid her cheek for 1 second against Harry's cheek, and the kitchen had been the kitchen, and the kettle had been on the stove, and the day had begun. Chapter 7 End.